Ready? Test 1, 2, 3. Good.
Let's get started. Well, good morning, everyone. Part 2 of the hearing on the Committee of Agriculture to review USDA organization and program administration will come to order. I've asked Rick Carver to open us with a prayer. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heavenly Father, we bow humbly before you, thankful for every blessing of life, Lord, and thankful for this nation that you've given us, and thankful for the opportunity to represent those citizens of this great nation in our work here today. Father, we just ask for your wisdom, guidance, and discernment in all that we say and do be pleasing to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Rick. Ranking Member Peterson is en route. He had a speech at 9:30, so he said to go ahead and start this morning on time. He'll get here as quickly as he can. In lieu of opening statements, we'll pick up where we left off. Ask that any member who wants to submit an opening statement for the record so the witnesses may begin the testimony to ensure there's ample time for questions. Chair will remind members they will be recognized for questioning in the order of seniority for members who were here at the start of the hearing. After that, members will be recognized in order of arrival. I appreciate everyone's understanding. Witnesses are reminded to limit their oral presentations to 5 minutes. All written statements will be included in the record. Over the course of today's hearing, following the testimony of each witness, everyone at the table will be made available for questions. So once Lisa finishes, then we'll open the questions and we'll hope to get responses from the appropriate administrator. I'd like to welcome our first witness group to the table, the Honorable Lisa Mensa, who is Undersecretary of Rural Development, USDA. With her is company today is Brandon McBride, who's the Administrator of Rural Utility Service, Tony Hernandez, who's the Administrator for Rural Housing, and pitch hitting is Sam Rickers, who's the Acting Administrator for Rural Business Cooperative Service. Lisa, the microphone is yours.
Thank you also to the other members and Ranking Member Peterson when he arrives. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the program, successes, challenges of the Department of Agriculture's Rural Development Mission Area. I'm accompanied this morning by Rural Development Administrators Brandon McBride, Sam Rickers, and Tony Hernandez. Rural Development manages a loan portfolio of more than $200 billion through nearly 50 programs and services organized into 3 distinct areas: rural business and cooperative services, rural utility programs, and rural housing and community facilities programs. Together, we are focused on increasing economic opportunities and improving the quality of life for all rural Americans. Some of our resources finance large, long-term loans to develop and grow businesses. Other resources are invested in smaller, more specific projects targeted at the smallest producers. Further support is offered by our agency to address underlying utility, housing, or community needs of large rural areas. All of these investments offer hope and support needed to encourage economic development. I'm deeply appreciative of the authorities provided to our agency by Congress through the 2014 Farm Bill. You renew our ability to deepen our work in our core programs on behalf of rural America. And those programs are so important. For example, Rural Development provided a business and industry guaranteed loan to a Somerset, Pennsylvania company to purchase equipment to return manufacturing operations from China to the U.S. The company manufactures and distributes respiratory medical devices and products such as nebulizers, oxygen concentrators, and CPAP equipment. USDA's Rural Development Assistance means that these products are now proudly stamped "Made in the USA" by American workers. We are also supporting more basic needs like access to clean water or to food. Second Harvest of Georgia is a nonprofit that feeds hungry people in 30 South Georgia counties. We provided funding to build a distribution facility with a commercial kitchen that can produce up to 10,000 meals a day for South Georgia residents in need. Since 2009, Rural Development has helped more than 900,000 rural families to buy, repair, or refinance a home. We provided funding for 3,000 multifamily housing developments, and we're successfully delivering new or improved broadband service to 1.5 million households, businesses, schools, libraries, and community facilities. We help modernize rural electric infrastructure for about 8.5 million rural businesses and families. And we provided grants and loans for water and wastewater projects to help safeguard the health of more than 14.5 million rural residents. We understand the need to invest wisely and stretch our limited resources. Our portfolio is full of examples of rural development working with others to understand the needs of the region and support projects that encourage development. Over the past 2 years, rural development leveraged over $2 billion in community facilities direct funds. with $1.2 billion from institutional investors and the capital credit markets. Partnership projects are spurring economic growth and job creation while providing access to healthcare, education, and other critical services. True public-private partnerships are built on shared vision and mutual trust. Our job is to be fair, reliable, and consistent partners. Thanks to Congress, Rural Development is a uniquely structured agency with resources to encourage and support successful systems that are already at work in communities or to help develop those that are desperately needed. In the time I've been with USDA, I've witnessed rural resiliency on a very personal level. I watched the town of Floresville, Texas, turn out in force to launch their improved water treatment system. I visited the People's Rural Telephone Cooperative in Jackson County, Kentucky, which built a state-of-the-art network that offers isolated rural residents the same educational and cultural opportunities available to residents in urban areas. I toured a manufacturer in Brundridge, Alabama, that's expanding its business with support from rural development. In each of these investments, made in rural communities is an investment in our country's future. I'm a passionate advocate for tapping the potential of rural areas so that communities located in every holler, hilltop, plain, and prairie are part of America's story of growth and prosperity. I look forward to working with you in the coming months to ensure continued support for rural development, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that. You've also been proud of the community of Robert E. Lee, Texas, which had a water problem, and so they had to lay a line of about 12 miles, and the citizens actually pitched in and got in the ditch and helped put the plastic pipe together for that 12 miles. So
Wonderful.
There's a great example, and I think your agency pitched in. I don't think either you or Brandon was here during the stimulus program in which about $7 billion was earmarked for broadband and rural access. As a part of that, there was some $300 million that was earmarked for a survey to be done across the United States to tell us where it was and where it wasn't, in other words, where it was needed to go. That survey was done, completed months after the $7 billion was committed, unfortunately. Bit of a history lesson. Can either one of you give us an update on was the survey completed, and then I'll go from there.
I'm going to ask Administrator McBride to speak to the survey. And while neither of us were in these spots at the time of the stimulus, I do want to say we are very proud of the stimulus dollars that reached and helped build our broadband work. Yeah.
Brandon.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the FCC has completed that survey, and we're in touch with them frequently.
So how does that, okay, well, you're about to answer then. Given your comments in the opening statement that we're still not done, and given that I represent a rural district in which I have an AT&T phone and a Verizon phone, and I am out of contact, fortunately, with often in my rural district, how does that, what your efforts are, compare to what that survey showed needed to be done? I mean, how did we get the $7 billion accomplish what we wanted it to do?
With the stimulus funding that we had, we were able to expand broadband into a number of rural areas, and that was a historic investment. We continue to work with the FCC and NTIA to make sure that we're reaching areas that do not have service. The 2014 Farm Bill instructed us to work with the FCC to update maps and make sure that we were sharing information to update those and ensure that the communities that did not have broadband, that we get to those.
So we have entire communities or just folks living out in the countryside that don't have it?
And we have both. We have both.
So the testimony stated we had 6 projects yet to be completed under the stimulus program?
I'm sorry?
I think I read in Ms. Mitz's testimony that 244 of the 250 projects were done. This 6 years later, we got 6 of those projects that aren't yet done. That may be unfair to ask you that question.
There are less than a dozen projects that are still working on construction, and we hope to have those completed by September 30th.
Okay. Lisa, can you talk to us about this community facilities investment? Do you guys, you partner with a bank, and I guess the bank services those loans, or how does that work?
I'm going to ask Administrator Hernandez to speak to all aspects of our community facility because we do have both direct and guarantee programs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We're very excited about the community facility program. We have 2 types of programs. Guarantee program.
Is your microphone on?
It is now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a program that really capitalizes on the private sector so they can do what we call our guaranteed lending. And so we guarantee the loan up to 90%. So the lenders do that loan, and then we also have a product which we call the direct loan. And so we use both those financing to both mitigate
So
risk.
the direct loan, you service those?
We do those directly.
All right, what's the default rate on that?
Our default rate is less than 1%, sir.
All right, and that's a full-out default. How many do you have that are not current on their payments?
Now, sir, we're very fortunate that almost all of our loans are current. We have folks that we're working with to make sure they stay current.
Right.
And part of it goes to our underwriting. We try to make sure we're picking projects that are successful.
Well, I hear you that, Tony, but how do you avoid competing with banks in their arena? I mean, this seems to me that, well, we all want these projects done. We prefer to have the private sector do it first. How do you not step on their toes?
Oh, it's a great question, sir. Matter of fact, it's the partnership between the private sector. A lot of these projects, the private sector would not lend if we were not part of that lending. They're looking to mitigate their risk, and that's why we do more on the direct side than we do on the guarantee side, because a lot of these projects a lender would not do. So they look to us as
So
the first
let me
lender.
understand, you said you did extensive due diligence on it, which I appreciate, but you've already had a bank look at it and say, we can't commit our shareholder money for this. Then what steps do you, in the 30 seconds left, kind of what steps you got to go through to look at it, to decide to put taxpayer money against it? And a
part of-
direct loan.
Sure. The first thing we do, sir, is trying to make sure we find the right project. They have the capacity to pay it back. But a lot of times, a lender will not lend there because they don't want to have that much risk in that deal. So they'll look to do a minimum investment.
So in the direct loans, you would have a bank partner with you in those as well?
Matter of fact,
Not a-
most
you
of
would
our
be a
projects
guar-
have
would be a-
both private and us in them, sir.
All right, so give me real quickly, how many of those direct loans are 100% USDA loans versus one where you've got a blend of other outsiders in it?
Great question, sir. I don't have that with me, but I can get that information.
Yeah, would you
for
mind kind of give us a kind of report on the portfolio, 100% direct loans, and then how much of those are blended loans in the sense where you've got private folks coming in, appreciating your help to make it happen. So if you wouldn't
I would do
mind
that
giving
for
us
you.
that. And then I'm a former banker.
Sure.
So if you wouldn't mind giving me kind of read on what where the current status is on the portfolio. So,
I can do that for you, sir.
all right, thank you all very much. Mr. Peterson for 5 minutes. Ms. Fudge for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And since I don't know you all well enough to call you by your first name, I'll call you by your title. Undersecretary Mensah, does your department have the resources to provide the loans and the grants needed to help all of Americans in rural areas to thrive?
Thank you, Congressman Fudge. You know, this Farm Bill was very good to us, and we started this year very strong. We had strong performance in all three of our portfolios, our housing, our utilities, and our business loans. But probably the thing I've talked the most about since I got to USDA is our people and our core programs. As long as those two things stay strong, we have nearly 5,000 people that work for us. My biggest hope is that we can retain all of those jobs and keep those people productive, because they're the ones that will allow our core programs to move forward. It's a powerful staff. It's a field-based staff. And I'm most concerned that we are able to keep our people and our core programs strong.
Well, thank you. Two of the people you have to thank for that are sitting right here. Of course, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Lucas, who worked so diligently to make sure that we did receive a farm bill.
Absolutely, thank you.
Further, Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food, the initiative was cited as an example. You cited an example of a veteran who benefited from this effort in your testimony. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food is a way we talk about the entire local food economy. It's about getting more for your food dollar. In the example in my written testimony, we had a veteran that was growing microgreens. What you can grow and what you can make on microgreens, even when you're a beginning farmer, is so exceeds trying to be a row crop farmer when you're starting out. What we've seen in our agency is that in our core programs like our community facilities, our programs such as our business and industry loans, we are able, in our value-added producer grant, all of those things that were renewed in the Farm Bill, that allows us to strengthen this, what we call the local food. So many Americans want to eat locally and buy locally, and they're willing to pay a little more. And this is an opportunity to strengthen the whole economy around. It's not just a little thing. I love the program. I tour and see the kind of food hubs, the storage facilities we've been able to build with our community facility dollars. So it's really an important wedge into the rural economy and to renewing that.
Thank you. Administrator Hernandez, in the undersecretary's testimony, she stated that rural development offers one of the best home mortgages in the United States, and it boasts a low default rate. What is the default rate and why so successful?
Thank you, Congress, for the question. We are very proud of our program that really creates an opportunity for people to own homes. And the reason it's so good is we work with our borrowers to make sure they stay in the house. So we have two products. One is called the guarantee product, which is where we work the lenders. And for both our products, customers have to be able not to get access to capital someplace else. What makes the product so good, it's 100% financing, zero down payment. If they could qualify for a down payment program someplace else, we encourage them to go to FHA someplace else. So most of our customers want to be a home buyer, but their incomes are lower, and so they have our product, which is 0% down, 100% financing. That's on the guarantee. On the direct, we work with them directly, meet with the customers, we're their lender. If they have challenges with making their payments, we work with them. We call them how we work to make sure they can be successful. And so it's a one-on-one. We do this in 47 different states, all over the country. We have offices that really work with the customers. We find the customers, working with our favorite nonprofits, and they're favorite because they're successful in bringing good customers to us. So I think that's one of the reasons we're so successful with a lower default rate.
Thank you. Administrator Reichers, I want to talk a bit about HFFI. We know that many projects have been funded through the existing framework, and there's a real opportunity to build on the success of this enterprise-level funding at the national level. Recognize the uncertainty of the appropriations we have coming in 2016. How does USDA plan to implement HFFI, and why can we not move forward at this time on a national fund manager?
Representative Fudge, thank you for the question. HFFI, as you note, is a critical program that supports healthy food and financing across the country. It is many of our programs, not just within the Rural Business Cooperative Service, but also across other parts of the USDA, are integral to that program. We are looking for guidance. We have not yet had funding within that program within the RBCS, or Rural Business Cooperative Service. As Undersecretary Mensah just cited just moments ago, the importance of healthy local foods in our rural communities is something that we are attempting to address with other programs we have within RD, but certainly something that we are looking to Congress for support for funding.
Thank you. I yield back.
Young lady is back. Mr. Nagelbauer, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Hernandez, one of the things that I have an opportunity to do is sit on this committee as well as the House Financial Services Committee. And one of the things that we've been working on is, housing reform. And I think one of the things, and I don't have the number in front of me, but when I had an opportunity to chair the Housing and Insurance Committee, we were talking about the number of housing programs that exist across the entire government, and it's a substantial number of housing programs. And, as we are in a situation where we're borrowing money to keep our government operating, one of the issues that's been discussed is why are we doing so many housing programs across a broad number of different agencies, and why don't we do housing in one location? So I would, welcome your thoughts of why that's not a good idea.
Great. Thank you, Congressman. Congress was very smart and strategic when they created USDA to do housing, because housing in rural America is different than housing in urban areas. The incomes for folks in rural areas are much less. It's harder to find jobs in rural America, which means if you have a product that requires a down payment, they would not be able to get into housing. That's where Congress created USDA. Boy, and we were so lucky because of that forethought to say we have a program that has 0% down, 100% financing, and we have it in every state where we have staff that meet with customers, and our staff meet with the nonprofits that are there. We're different than any other housing organization in our federal government. We are customer-based. We talk to the customers. The other reason that customers are so good with us is because we have that product, 0% down, 100% financing. Our foreclosure rates and default rates are lower than almost any other program in the federal government. Congress did a great thing. We're going to build on that success and change people's lives more with home ownership through USDA.
Well, I don't disagree that you have some programs that people are utilizing. I think what I'm saying is, why do we have, I mean, when you have programs in the government, you have duplicative overheads. And so you're paying people to administrate that program, but we're also paying people at HUD and to administer some very similar programs where they offer either low or no down payment programs. And so I think the question, and it's a legitimate question, is I'm sure you have very capable people. Those people, if they, if there was some consolidation, would be welcome to be a part of possibly that consolidation. But to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have all of these different housing programs spread across the entire government, particularly at the time where we're having those direct loans you're making. The taxpayers are having to go out and borrow that money for you to make those direct loans to those individuals. And so, to the extent that we can figure out a way to do that more efficiently, I think is appropriate. Ms. Manessa, you mentioned in your testimony that rural development has been working with various partners to best serve America, and with these private public partnerships. Can you give me a few examples of what kinds of partnerships that you're talking about?
Sure. Thank you, Congressman. I'd like to return to the Community Facilities Program and tell you about a recent hospital construction that I saw in North Dakota. And in this case, our private partner was a banking partner to do the construction piece of the financing. And then we would come later and take on a kind of risk that is very long-term tenor of the loan. For those of you who've been in finance, 40-year money. And that kind of partnership, where a private bank often comes in first, does the interim financing, and then we come in later, that allows a lower income community, in this case, for a kind of facility that's cash is modest. If we can stretch out the tenor of that loan to 40 years, we've got everybody in their best box. And so I would speak to that as one kind of partnership where we are in partnership with the private financial sector.
I want to go back to something that Congressman Conaway, Chairman Conaway was talking about, and something I'm interested in as well. I don't really, that's a great, public-private partnership, but there's not a lot of risk for that bank if they've got the federal government to be the takeout for the permanent financing. So I get that. What I'm looking for is those partnerships that want to, share some of the risk with the taxpayers. In this particular case, basically the taxpayers are taking most of the risk. What I would think more is a public-private partnership is where there's risk sharing. Or if y'all have some examples of where there is some risk sharing, I think based on Mr. Conaway's question and my thoughts as well, we'd like to see that.
I think it would be appropriate for us to come back to, because we have partnerships in our utility work, with our housing work, and with our business work. I could ask, but I think what's important here is that in many cases we do have credit elsewhere tests where we have to be the sole source. We're asked not to compete directly. So I think that would be, perhaps though, if I could just ask for an example from Administrator Ricker's portfolio in some of our business and industry programs where we are explicitly taking not a full guarantee of the loan and where the bank is making the loan.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, the GA reported to Congress that 20 different federal government entities administer 160 different programs on housing in our government. I think that's too many.
Quickly, Mr. Rickards.
Thank you. I think one of the flagship program within the business programs that we have at RBS is the Business and Industry Loan Guarantee Program. Certainly, it can guarantee loans up to 80%, but as those projects get bigger, it's only guaranteeing, in some cases, up to 60%. What those B&I loan guarantees are able to do is really extend credit into rural communities where lenders by themselves, without that 60% guarantee, may otherwise not be ready or available to lend those dollars. And we have, I was in South Dakota in May and went into an industry park and visited 2 of those projects where we extended that capital in a town just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota, and worked with these local lenders, met the local lenders that with our loan guarantee were able to extend that credit. grow jobs and create the economic development that the program is intended to do.
Right. Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Peterson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who can answer this, but, or if you want to, but somebody at USDA, I guess the Economic Research Service, came out with a study about the best and the worst places to live in America. Now, you're talking about, well, actually, you fare pretty well down there.
That's what I'm saying. Best place in the world.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so one of the things that Undersecretary Mensa was talking about is the providing young rural entrepreneurs a reason to stay in the rural areas, which I think we all want to do. But, is it helpful for somebody to publish this map, where it's, my counties in the Red River Valley were, in fact, Red Lake County was declared the worst county in America to live in. It was 3,111. So this reporter that picked up on this and did this story, to his credit, he came out to Red Lake County and spent 2 days, and he came back and basically said this deal they come up with is a bunch of nonsense. But anyway, so are you familiar with this? And, why are we spending money on stuff like this?
I'm not
I
familiar.
mean, how is
with
this
the-
helping your situation?
Yeah. I share frustration with you because I have to answer questions about why are you championing rural America? Just give folks bus tickets, let people leave. Why are you trying to make something happen? And I so disagree with that. What I see is that the 15% of America's population that lives in rural areas, they understand why they're there. They would love their communities to thrive. And we as Americans need rural areas to thrive. My father comes from Ghana, and in that country, when you don't invest in rural, the whole country suffers. And I believe that that's part of our job here in rural development, to really make the case. Many of the communities that I know you and I know are absolutely beautiful places to live. And when we can bring the broadband, the housing, the businesses, they will thrive, and they will help us all thrive. So I love being on the message of thriving, and I'm unfamiliar with your map. I wouldn't like it at all. So.
Well, you better tell the Economic Research Service what your
Thank
view on this.
Thank you.
So when I'm back home in August, in addition to going over and defending Red Lake County, I also went to another little town that's also, this one is second to the bottom, I think, in the country. And, they've struggled. They had a flood in '97, and, we rebuilt the town. And, but they've got a business going on there that's just phenomenal. It's kind of started out of nowhere, a retired farmer and his wife, and they're booming. They're doing business in 56 countries. They're making some kind of little pieces that are used in jewelry, and they're shipping them all over the world. And but part of the problem is they can't get adequate broadband in that community. And I run into this all over the place, where I don't know how much money we've spent on this, putting money into broadband and the Farm Bill, the stimulus. We gave $2 billion, I think, to you guys in the stimulus bill for broadband, and we just don't seem, it seems like the money that we spend gets sent out there to overbuild existing systems, and not get out to the rural area where they're needed, and I don't know, Don Young and I have been working on trying to get rid of the whatever they call it, the Universal Service Fund, take that away from telephones and put it into broadband, which I think needs to happen. But telephone companies apparently are geared to the other thing or something, whatever it is. But how are we going to get past this and get these communities like Ada, Minnesota, where I was, broadband that they need?
Good. I'm going to ask Administrator McBride to speak to that. If I can just say, this is the thing I hear the most. What 80 years ago was the telephone and its importance, today it's broadband. So, and we're not giving up on those communities.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Certainly, we would be happy to meet with folks in your community to see what we could do to be helpful. There was a survey done of Michigan, rural businesses in Michigan that found that the annual revenues were $200,000 greater for rural businesses that were connected as opposed to those that were not. So certainly, we're aware of the importance of getting broadband out into those communities. We do have a grant program, Community Connect, that might be a fit for the community you're referring to if they do not have existing service. With regard to overbuilding, the Farm Bill does include restrictions on how many service providers can be in a particular applicant's area before we fund a loan. So we do try to be diligent about going into communities that do not have service.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time is expired. Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary, administrators, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for what you do as well. I heard the word thrive being used. I would have to say that the only way that urban America, and I know that's the 25% of the landmass that we're not really talking about today, it's the 85% of the population, the only way urban America thrives is if rural America thrives.
Thank you.
We provide their food.
Thank you.
We provide their building materials. We provide their natural resources. We provide their energy. And people work hard to do that, those of us who live in rural America. So my personal experience with your agency has been a very positive one. I work, and the fact I appreciate how when the communities work hard and they apply for these loan funds, I give them all the credit because it's their due diligence. It makes a difference to those communities. And they have gone the route of looking to the private sector first.
Yes.
They have exhausted those opportunities and resources, and many times it's a collaboration. It is a true great example of public-private partnerships. And so I want to thank you for what you do. And the fact is that how you serve rural America, because once again, if rural America fails, this country fails, because those are just basic fundamental needs. A couple specific questions, starting with Administrator McBride, the rural electricity. Hearing a lot about the President's Clean Power Plan, and I'm just curious, how will the President's Clean Power Plan affect your loan portfolio?
Right now, we're not sure exactly how the plan will affect our portfolio because the states need to develop their plans now in response to the EPA's rule. We're in contact with our borrowers, with the rural electrics. We have a strong partnership with them. So we're trying to watch this situation as it evolves and make sure that we're ready to help our borrowers respond to the end result of the new rule.
Yeah, I have significant concerns. I work very closely with the rural electric cooperatives. They provide some of the most affordable kilowatt-hour rates. They use a very diverse portfolio, and they need to be able to do that. They've already been impacted with the war on coal, the closing of coal-fired power plants, even the closing of waste coal power plants, which essentially are cleaning up some scars from 100 years ago. It makes no sense. So I have tremendous concerns on that. I look forward to keeping in contact with you on that issue. Administrator Hernandez, once again, just revisiting the community facilities and grants and loans program, which I've seen a lot of success in my rural communities. The gentleman that runs the Pennsylvania does such a great job, a former staffer here in the Hill for a Democratic congressman, and he's, so I appreciate his communications. The President's fiscal year 2016 budget request zeroed out the Community Facilities Guaranteed Loan Program and substantially increased the Community Facilities Grant Program. So my question is, what was the rationale behind this? And do you view grants as more efficient use of taxpayer resources than guaranteed loans? And can you compare the workload for the approval process for a grant to that of a loan guarantee.
Oh, great. Thank you, Congressman. The Community Facilities Program has both grants and loan, as you know. A lot of our communities can't take all of the loans, so they look for other ways to reduce their burden by getting a grant. And so we give grants also to increase their capacity so they can apply for more loans. So we do both. We want people to have access to lower cost money, that's that 40, up to 40 years. But the grants sometimes give them the capacity so they can apply for the loan dollars. So we're actually training folks how to compete better for the loans, and that's why we do both. It's usually the same people that are doing the loans that are doing the grants, sir.
Any insight as to why the president's budget request would have zeroed out the guaranteed loan program?
Our understanding from our customers, they keep asking for lower cost dollars. When we do a guarantee loan, it's a little higher because that's the market is setting the price. And so when we do a direct loan, we have the flexibility to do both, and that's why lenders sometimes only want to do part of the risk, and so we work with them to reduce the risk so we can both partner in both. So we always need more dollars in the direct side because that's where we actually have more funding available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
2 minutes back. Ms. Plaskett for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I had a question for you, Administrator Riker, about REAP, about your Energy for America, Rural America projects. It's had a good bit of history under its belt by this time, and I wanted to ask you, what do you find to be the projects that you're focusing most on, and how does that differ from projects potentially 5 years ago? What's the trend now?
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. And it's Rickers for the record.
Rickers, thank you.
Thank you. The REAP program, first want to thank this committee for its commitment to the Rural Energy for America program, REAP, as we know it as. You ask specifically, what is the status of REAP today, and what does it look like compared to 5 years ago? We have had a year where we've had more than $80 million in REAP grants, and a record number of REAP loan guarantee dollars obligated that we'll do this fiscal year. And proud of the work of our staff, both in the national office and in the field, for that work. Just touching on the point that's been made a couple times about the private-public partnerships, even with the REAP grants, that's only 25% of a project. And so every time the federal government invests $25 in REAP dollars in a grant, that's leveraging $75 in private investment into those rural small businesses and agricultural producers that are using those dollars to make investments in renewable energy systems and energy efficiency improvements.
And what are farmers and your applicants, what kind of projects are they most interested in right now?
The projects really span the gamut of renewable energy systems and energy efficiency improvements, whether that's solar, wind, anaerobic digestion. We have geothermal and hydro. I think the part of when we really make the comparison between now and 5 years ago, what we see is because of the outreach of our staff, we are reaching further and more geographically diverse. That is, we are spending the REAP dollars not in just one area of the country. I think 5 years ago, REAP dollars were investing probably predominantly in the Midwest. We really have seen 36 states this year alone have used their entire REAP allocation on the grant side. And so we're really proud to see the REAP dollars going across the country to the various different types of technologies.
Well, you know, I'm very interested in the project, particularly in an area like the Virgin Islands, which has limited resources in terms of fossil fuel energy that we're able to use. The cost is really astronomical. And we have the natural resources that would make alternative energies a really good place. And how do we capitalize on that for our farmers to be able to be much more productive? We have a 31% child poverty rate. And we have farmers who are, rural farmers who are really committed to getting the technical assistance and support to be able to be part of some of our nutrition programs and support for their own communities, rather than also feeding those outside, to really make that leap. So your program would be something that I know we'd be interested in. Madam Secretary, one of the questions I had for you was in terms of the large portfolio of loans that you do, $200 billion invested, upwards of $28 billion alone, assisting rural areas throughout the United States. I've addressed and spoken with your secretaries, Secretary Vilsack, written to him about the support that's needed for those areas which really have a great need, rural development areas. Most of my colleagues here who come from rural development areas understand the need for your agency in particular and how important it is for basic infrastructure and support, not just in terms of utilities, but municipal buildings, schools, and such. Can you tell us a little bit, I know that my time is running out, how that could be helpful to places like the Virgin Islands and others which are really isolated? We haven't had a school built in over 30 years because we just cannot, on our own, support budgets like that.
Thank you for your question. My focus on core programs and on our people is exactly the way we're going to get to our poorest areas, to what I like to call our last mile, the unfinished work. Our core programs, like our community facilities, are the kinds of programs that can be used for a school, for a hospital, for a police station. Those are the things I've toured. So, and our investments that you've enabled us to make in our staff allow us to keep people local so that they can reach places. They understand, they live in those communities themselves, our own team. So both the two focus, core and our people, really has allowed us to get to that kind of core development and not just skim the surface, but to go deeper.
I'm looking forward to working with you on that and any support that you can give. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Scott for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I want to thank you for mentioning Second Harvest of South Georgia.
Yes.
My colleague Sanford Bishop and I have both had the privilege of representing the communities that they serve, and we were both there for the ribbon cutting, and that is a wonderful mission that those people take very seriously, and they take action to make sure that people have the food that they need across a large geographical area. And while it might be the second largest in terms of meals served, it probably serves the largest geographic area of most of the food banks in the country. So thank you for acknowledging them. Many of my questions have been asked. I look forward to the responses on the risk sharing and the percentage of risk that we are taking versus the private sector and the loans that we guarantee. I had questions about the zeroing out of the president's budget, which were asked by Mr. Thompson just before it came over to me. I guess one of the questions I have when we look at the budget, is there a difference in the workload of the agency among the direct lending, the participation lending, or a grant, or is it about the same amount of work per procedure?
Let me ask my colleagues to give a couple of examples, but let me start by saying direct lending, that's our toughest, when we take on all the underwriting responsibilities, and whether that's in our housing program, or the way we run our water program, or the way we underwrite a business loan. We've actually had some great successes in the way we've reduced workload, and I want to ask Administrator Hernandez to speak to the way we went into we changed process in our guaranteed housing program. That is our biggest program. We will nearly do $20 billion of guarantees this year, and we've been able to streamline that efficiently and really change the workload. Could you speak to that?
Sure can. Congressman, one of the major feedback we receive from our customers is getting more predictability in how we deliver services. What they've asked us to do is become into the 21st century with automation. We're one of the only agencies that has a housing program that hasn't automated like other agencies. We're moving that direction now. We now, with our process improvements, save more than 37,000 reams of paper and can get an answer back now in 48 hours, where before it used to take us 8 weeks, 12 weeks to get an answer back because we didn't have the automation. Just this last year, we've implemented this, what we call loan net guarantee and automatic loan closing. Saves the private sector a significant amount of money, but allows us to share the risk with the private sector. The other reason that's so good is there are more lenders out there that can have access to capital for our customers that would not get it any other way if our lenders weren't there, because our customers would not qualify for any other mortgage products. So we have a nice distribution system, we save them time, we save them money, and we're focusing on the customer service.
But my question was, does one take longer than the other from the standpoint of the workload of the people that work in your agency? And one other thing, these loans are still originated from a mortgage broker or a bank when they happen, right? I mean, the American citizen doesn't, the average American citizen doesn't know this loan's available to them unless somebody that they're relying on to advise them tells them about this, correct? So
That's correct, sir.
So a bank or a mortgage broker helps
That's correct,
them
sir.
originate.
The loans are easier to do on the guarantee side because we have the automation that is there. The direct side, we don't have the automation yet. We will have that automation for the direct side in about 12 months. Congress is very good to invest additional dollars for us to have automation. And the reason we need both products, because people may not qualify for the guarantee, but they qualify for the direct. And that's where Congress has given us more product variety to help more folks become homeowners. But so it takes longer to do a direct loan than it does a guarantee, sir.
So if I could make one further point, it is that the American citizen who needs this loan doesn't know about it. It's a bank or it's a mortgage broker or it's somebody who advises them of the ability to get this loan. One of my concerns, one of the things I think's held the economy back, quite honestly, has been a position towards those industries from the administration at a global picture, not necessarily in your agency. Do you see any potential restrictions on who can help originate those loans?
There's restrictions. We are actually expanding how we're helping more and more customers by working with nonprofits so they go out and find customers for the direct loan, because we have a reduction in staff for a number of years now, and so we need to find another way to do outreach. So we need those trusted advisors like you're talking about. The realtors are very important, the lenders, but also a nonprofit to try to find the customers and educate them both on their options and do homebuyer education. So we're trying to expand our outreach so we can get more customers. On the direct side, we usually go through 20 customers till we find one that qualifies, sir, on the direct side. So that we have to work real hard to find the right customers who have the ability to pay back. But we're expanding our resources by using our nonprofits, lenders, and realtors. And with the investments you've given us, we are now doing automation to make that program more effective and more efficient.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that we not push the private sector out simply because we want to bring not-for-profits in. So, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
yield.
Much time has expired. Mr. Ashford, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to just talk about two. The Vice Chairman made a great point about housing, I thought, and about the number of programs that exist in the federal government on the HUD side and on the rural development USDA side. I ran a housing authority in Omaha for 3 or 4 years and was familiar with those differences and those sort of jurisdictional boundaries. And it really causes, it seems to me, and I think the point that was made by the Vice Chairman is a really good one, is are there not Administrator Hernandez, more opportunities, should be more opportunities for collaboration between rural housing opportunities and urban housing opportunities, especially in a place like Omaha, Nebraska, where what we want to do, I think, economically, is we want to provide opportunities for urban people who are now living in an urban area to live in more rural areas, to provide one of the things that's really holding our economy is doing very well. We have the lowest unemployment in the country, and a lot of it's because of our ag-based sector. But we see opportunities to bring urban people into rural areas to help increase the economy of our state, and especially, hopefully, as we increase trade through TPP and some of those programs that we need workers, and housing is a critical element to that. So do you see, I think the point was made very well by the Vice Chair to say, why do we have these? I know why we have them, but isn't there an opportunity for collaboration between the two?
You know, thank you, Congressman. There's tremendous opportunity for collaboration, and we do that all the time. We have a number of committees trying to find ways, task force, to see what we can do better together. The difference really is who the customers is. USDA focuses only on rural. We're the only agency that has the mission just for rural America. We're the only one. So our expertise is better than anybody else in trying to solve problems in rural America. So we look forward to giving advice to other agencies how we do it so well, so they can find the efficiency and effectiveness that we have. Maybe they can model what we're doing.
I think the point, though, is that to just say we have rural America and urban America and draw those lines in the world that we're living in now with technology, we're talking about the internet and about economies being not wedded to an urban area and a rural area. that bifurcation doesn't make any sense to me. And in practice, in a city like Omaha, where we want people to move go back and forth between rural areas and urban areas where the jobs are, housing is a problem there. That's all I'm saying. And I think the more we could, not that you're right. Your agency does very innovative things, and I'm aware of that. Of those things, and housing authorities under HUD could learn from those things. But it's about people, not houses. So what we really need to do is figure out a way to get people into rural Nebraska, where really we need workers, and provide housing for them. And some of these programs that you do, interfacing with, just letting people know who live in a housing authority, to letting them know that there are jobs out in Schuyler, Nebraska, or Red Cloud, or wherever it is, that and the housing, and there's that just the communication, I think, would be tremendously helpful to our state. So.
I agree, sir. We need to find a way to enhance our education for our customers so they have a better opportunity to see which products work for them.
Right, and I secondarily, it's on another topic. I want to get the names right here because I don't want to miss the names. We had our agriculture marketing services state director, Maxine Mall, who was the lieutenant governor of Nebraska and a great friend, and I served with her, and of yours as well. We had a great marketing collaborative session in Omaha, and talking about the opportunities for expanding food production and in urban and rural Nebraska, and Maxine did a great job. But I want to compliment Ann Alonzo, who was there as well, who just did a great job explaining all the opportunities. And we really are doing some great initiatives, I think, now in urban food desert things. And Ann was super. As was, and I don't want to get this name wrong because she did such a great job. So I'm going to look. I'm going to take my time and look, but my time's almost up. Anyway, I just want to thank the department for what was a really great session. 150 people participated, thinking about what we could do to bring urban and rural Nebraska together using food as the catalyst. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman's time expired. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, thank you, and administrators for being here. I'm going to start with Administrator McBride. In February, Politico published an article highlighting the 116% default rate for broadband loan program. Since then, we've been informed that this was a miscalculation, and comparing government loans to loans in the private sector is actually not a true apples-to-apples comparison. Can you expand on that situation and give us a better understanding what the true default rate is for that program?
You're referring to the Farm Bill loan program, or
Yes.
that program was originally authorized in the 2002 Farm Bill,
Right.
and subsequently updated in the 2008 Farm Bill. Under those authorities, we've made 100 loans. The default rate is 21%. Most of the defaults occurred very early on in the program. We've learned a great deal of lessons since then. And I think that is reflected certainly when you look at the other programs that we run, and as the defaults have decreased under that program. We have two other loan programs that support broadband expansion. One is the infrastructure, our telecommunications infrastructure loan program. Since 2009, we made 161 loans under that program with only one default. And under the stimulus program, we've funded 255 construction projects and expect to have only one default at this time.
Where'd they come up with that number, the 116% default? I mean, that seems, but based on what you're telling me, that seems pretty out in left field.
The number was not intended to reflect a default rate. It should not have been in the place where it was in the chart. It was not intended to reflect our default rate.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Now that the new regulations for Farm Bill loan program has been published, what kind of loan demand are you seeing?
The program is open right now, and it is open until September 30th. We expect the program to be oversubscribed this year. As the stimulus winds down, there are a number of service providers who are looking to come back to the Farm Bill loan program.
There was a report in May of last year, a GAO report. The agency recommended that USDA do a better job of identifying the characteristics of loans that may be at risk of rescission or default, and that the department align the goals in its annual performance report to the loan program's purpose. Recently, the department issued a proposed interim final rule to revise the current broadband program regulations. Did the department take into account the GAO recommendations when developing the new proposed rule?
Yes, and we also tried to follow the instructions that Congress gave us in the Farm Bill.
Okay. What changes, if any, are being made, and how do you expect the new rules to improve the administration of the broadband program and accountability for taxpayer dollars?
The key change to the program that was actually provided in the Farm Bill is the reporting requirements, where applicants, the applications and the service areas that they intend to provide service to will be posted online. So taxpayers, members of Congress, whoever, can go online and look at the applications that we've received and where the service areas will be.
Okay, excellent. Let me ask you about rural water. A couple of things here. In order to provide safe, healthy, and affordable drinking water and comply with Safe Drinking Water Act and other federal statutes, rural communities require technical expertise. I hear about this all the time at home, the circuit riders that are relied upon. How does USDA ensure rural communities have access to technical expertise to operate, maintain, and manage rural water systems?
Congress gives us funding for two different programs that support that kind of assistance. One is a technical assistance program, and the other is the circuit rider program. And we work closely with the different organizations that provide those types of services and make sure to connect them with communities who need assistance. And our state offices do a great job of helping with that.
Are you seeing an increase in demand for those services?
Yes, Congressman.
Okay. In the time I have left, it's our understanding that changes at the census have driven changes to the formulas the agency uses to determine eligibility for rural water programs. Can you talk about those changes, how the department's trying to mitigate the impacts of those changes on rural communities, and how the department is working to publicize those options for those who might be affected?
The changes in the census data can have there can be two ways that can affect us. One is if a community exceeds the 10,000 population limit, and we usually know the communities who are looking to submit an application, and we try to share information on other federal programs that could assist them with their project. The other change could be the median household income, which we take into account when determining grant to loan ratios. So those are the two potential impacts from the census data.
Thank you. Yield back.
Joan yields back. Ms. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to our panelists. Rural Development administers the Business and Industry Guaranteed Loan Program, which, and this question will be to Secretary, for local and regional food projects. And a few weeks ago, staff from the B&I program participated in a call to discuss a program with my staff and the fundraising staff for a local food retailer in my district, the Renaissance Community Co-op. It has broad community support. It's an important opportunity for improving food access in one of the food deserts in East Greensboro. But unfortunately, Renaissance cannot qualify for the B&I program because they're not borrowing from a USDA preferred lender such as a chartered bank or credit union. Instead, they're borrowing from a Treasury Department certified community development financial institution. They chose this route for financing the food co-op because the cost of borrowing is lower than through a traditional bank. And my question is, what is USDA's rationale for excluding CDIFs as a preferred lender from the B&I program?
Thank you, Congresswoman Adams, and I will ask Administrator Rickers to speak to this. As someone who has worked with community development financial institutions for most of my professional life, we certainly understand their importance. They work with us in other parts of the program, perhaps not in the B&I program. Administrator Rickers, are you familiar with the case of?
Representative Adams, I'm not familiar with that specific case, but I understand the issue. CDFIs are an important partner across many of our programs, and we have used them under the BNI Loan Guarantee Program. If a CDFI is connected or partnered with a traditional lender, a bank or a credit union, which many CDFIs are, then we can work with a CDFI. In those cases where a CDFI is not connected to a traditional or regulated lender, there is a route for CDFIs to qualify under the BNI program as a non-traditional lender. And I'm happy to circle back with your staff and work with our staff to see if those avenues have been explored.
Thank you. You know, it seems that the BNI program is oriented toward rural areas with fewer lending options, and you know, we have a concern about that. But for food deserts in urban areas in the 12th district, the BNI program is one of the few funded programs that can improve food access, and we have a serious problem in the 12th district, particularly in the Triad area in terms of food insecurity. So I hope to work with USDA going forward to make sure that my district can better utilize this program, which is authorized to improve food access in both urban and rural communities. But it seems like we're kind of getting the short end of that stick. So, you know, we'd be happy to talk to you further about it. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady is back. Mr. Yoho for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Appreciate the panel being here. And Chairman Peterson, I grew up in Minnesota, and I can kind of understand why that is. I remember 2 seasons up there, winters coming and winters here. And, and I remember the state bird being a mosquito. It was so big, I think it had feathers. Getting back to the question here, Administrator McBride, I want to thank you for the work you did with our office and our district for the rural broadband. And I would encourage anybody in here to reach out. You guys did a stellar job.
Thank you.
To solve or to bring up solutions to get that into our area, and I just want to thank you for that. I want to kind of go back to Mr. Thompson's question. In my district, North Central Florida, I have more municipal cooperative power companies than anywhere else in our state, and these companies rely heavily on the RUS program, loan program, which helps to keep energy affordable in my rural districts and districts across the country. Due to the President's new Clean Power Plan, I've been hearing concerns from my folks back home, the cooperatives. And I want to kind of go off of his question. How do you expect the CPP to affect your loan portfolio? And that was asked specifically, what will happen if the coal power plants with outstanding RUS loans cannot meet the requirement by the EPA, and if they have to shut down their doors, how's that going to affect you? You know, because we've got some plants that are scheduled to run for another 15 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We have about $4.5 billion invested in coal power plants that may be affected by the EPA rule. At this time, it's unclear exactly what the impacts will be and how the state plans will be developed. We're in touch with our co-ops and want to work with them as they transition into this.
If the state does not adopt a plan and we see our power plants close with these active loans, is that a possibility for a default for you guys? I mean, has that happened before?
I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate on what the state plans will be.
Was your agency in communication with the EPA on the rule writing and, you know, saying we've got a certain amount of these plants that are in existence, they have a lifespan of 10, 15 more years. Is there a way they can be grandfathered in and weaned out of that so that they can adapt?
Yes, sir. We were in contact with them as they developed the rule.
All right. And then Undersecretary Menenza and Mr. Hernandez, to reiterate that you said we have $200 billion in your in loans, and your default rate is very small. On your zero down, 100% financing, if I go back to the housing bubble, we heard a lot of horror stories how this led partly to that. How long has that program been back in existence, or did it ever go out of existence? Did it ever go out, zero down, 100% financing?
Congressman, we're very fortunate this program was created under the Farm Home Administration, so we've been in existence for over 40 years, and the program's still being very successful. But it's a small part of our program. The largest program is one we use with the private sector. That's our guarantee program.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you hold those loans in-house?
We do.
You don't rebundle them and repackage them, sell them to the private sector?
We do not, sir. And
All right. And then that leads up to a question I had yesterday. The USDA is doing these loans, and so you're the servicer of these loans too.
Yes, sir.
And it's a duplication of the private sector. It's competition with the private sector. Is there a way to devolve from the federal government and do what you do as far as guaranteeing them and stand behind them, but yet let the private sector do them, so you don't have a bank within the USDA and the bureaucracy that goes with that? What's your thoughts on that?
Sir, the largest program we have is the guarantee program. The private sector service those. So we do about 140,000 loans a year. The private sector does all those.
These are the ones that are 100% guaranteed by you that you
Both
give
of our
out?
products are 100% guaranteed.
Okay.
The largest one the private sector does for us. They originate it and they service it. So that's the 140,000 loans every year. We do a smaller part, which is 7,000 loans per year, which is the direct loan. That's the smaller part. So the biggest one, we're not competing with the private sector at all. We're actually partnering with the private sector, because when they cannot do a loan, and they refer it to our direct program, so we can find another way to help that customer if they can pay back the loan.
All right, and then, so what's the purpose holding that within in-house instead of, once you guarantee that loan, transition it out? So again, you're not a bank, for the federal government's not acting as a bank.
Well, Congress has to give us some authority so we
Okay.
can do something that way. Right now, if we were to sell those loans, which we don't and cannot, all that money goes back to the Treasury, doesn't come back to the agency. So if that's what Congress wants to do, Congress can write the law so we can do that.
And I just want to give you guys a thank you, because you guys have financed so many things, rural water treatment system in our area, rural hospitals, and I think you do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim yields back. Mr. Allen, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panel, for joining us today and all that you do. Also, I want to thank you for, as my colleague mentioned, the second harvest of Georgia. And, we've met with them many times and looking forward to seeing the great work that they do, and thank you for that. There is one thing in the 12th District of Georgia, we just need better cell service. I'm telling you, it's tough traveling that district when you keep breaking off of calls, and of course we stay on the phone a good bit. So we can keep working on that. I know you are. And also, as Congressman Yoho mentioned, we have a lot of EMCs in our district, and they have put a lot of money into these these coal plants meeting the current requirements as set by the Congress. And of course, we know that EPA has stepped over that. But they have a tremendous investment there. They're very concerned about getting retiring that debt and getting the life out of those plants. So we need to be sure that the other folks know that and know what a critical situation that is. They're very concerned about that. As far as the Mr. McBride, in 2013, USDA finalized the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program that was designed to help co-ops promote energy efficiency and renewable energy to their consumers. This saves energy while also saving consumers money on their energy bills. Would you have a success story that you'd like to share with this program, and how can we make this program more successful?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We have two great stories, one in Arkansas, one in North Carolina, where they took advantage of the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Loan Program and were able to help their customers make improvements, new heat pumps, weatherization practices. The Roanoke Cooperative in North Carolina actually has an on-bill fee that they charge their customers, and the customers' bills are actually lower with these new energy efficiency improvements. And so we've seen success in those two projects. We're working with the different electric cooperatives to expand the program. I think something like 96% of the electric cooperatives have some kind of energy efficiency program. And so we feel that they'll have a great interest in this. We're trying to communicate with them and provide information that they might need as they develop their potential applications.
Well, that's good, and again, thank you for your assistance with that program.
Yes, sir.
As you know, in 2008 and 2014, the farm bills included ways that RUS could help their co-ops increase energy efficiency for the benefit of their consumers. How is RUS helping co-ops increase energy efficiency, and what more can RUS do to promote these efficiency programs and make them successful?
The primary way that we are working with them right now is through the ECLIP program and sharing information about that program, success stories in Arkansas and North Carolina, and making sure that they have the information that they need. We have a special partnership with the electric cooperatives. Our agency talks with them frequently and share as much information as we have and try to help them as they consider potential energy efficiency improvements.
Have you ever been to one of their annual meetings?
Yes, sir.
Have you? Good.
Yes, sir, I have.
I tell you
I was
what,
there last week.
Really? That
Yes,
does your heart good, doesn't it?
It sure
I
does.
tell you what, those
Sure does.
folks are doing a great job for us. Well, thank you, and I'll yield back. Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Trent Kelly, 5 minutes.
First of all, Madam Secretary, you have in your testimony about a gentleman or a person, Ivory Smith from Poplarville, Mississippi,
Yes.
and what a success story they are, and the Arm to Farm program.
Yes.
Of course, that combines two of the things that I love the most, which is my state of Mississippi, although not in my district, and also our veterans. And so I just wanted to thank you for that, and thank you for recognizing that success story, and which we hope will continue to be a success. I spent the entire month of August in town hall meetings, being the newest member up here, doing nothing but town halls or being engaged in all 22 of my counties, which I represent, and over, whether it be large or small towns involved. And over again, the main concern that I got was the amount of regulation which we're getting across the board, whether it be in agriculture or whether it be in banking or whatever, that just our small, local, regular businesses can no longer perform, and it is shutting them down and taking away opportunities. Whether that be Dodd-Frank, or whether that be Waters of the U.S., or whether that be a number of other things that we have, the Clean Power Plant. All those things are regulations which are putting restrictions on our most rural customers, who a lot of times don't have the technology, or don't have the access to technology, or don't have the income, or don't have the education in order to comply with these regulations, which seem like a good idea at a high level, but they're not at the end user level. What are you doing to help, or what is rural development doing to help them not only to comply with the regulations, but first of all to understand what regulations they have?
Thank you, Congressman. My first trip as undersecretary was to your state, and what I saw that our agency is in a special place to do is that we're on the ground with the kind of citizens who are trying to borrow from us. Most of our programs are loan programs. And so our team, we have state offices, area offices, are able to sit with the people who come to us for water loans, for broadband loans, for community facilities. And while the applications can be long, we don't just leave people alone. We're able to work with them. I was able to announce one of our intermediary lending programs, where we're lending to an intermediary who then, or making a grant to an intermediary who then makes more loans. So we try hard to be in a position that's forward-looking to work with the local borrowers. And I'm appreciative of everything this committee has done to invest in our core programs and in our people to do that job.
Thank you again, and I want you to just know how grateful I am for what rural development and USDA as a whole does for my state, and I appreciate that. On the broadband issue, Administrator McBride, I have a specific incident, I won't mention names and those kind of things, but they got in on the pilot program of the broadband. And because they were involved in the pilot program, they're no longer eligible for any other programs, for any loan things. They're not, this is what they're told, is because they were part of the pilot, they do not have. And some of the later programs are better programs. And they're very important, and they've been very successful. They brought broadband to areas in my district which otherwise would not have any internet service whatsoever. What, if anything, can you and your job do to make sure that if we have success stories where we're using the taxpayers' money wisely to bring those services to the people that we're intended, that they're able to go out and not to forfeit on their loans, which they haven't done yet, but at the rate that they're going, they will, unless they can get more assistance to help them to ensure that they're doing it, because they've been successful, but the amount of rates go down over time that you get back. And the bottom line is the big companies are not going to come in there and run broadband, so there's no one to replace it, so there is no service. So when the rates get so high that they no longer get the credit from USDA, then or from rural services or rural development, then they just lose service because they just forfeit and can't pay it anymore.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I'd be happy to visit with the folks that you're referring to and see if there is anything that we can do. As the Undersecretary referenced, we want to work with all of our potential applicants and all the rural communities that we deal with. And while we're working very hard to follow instructions from Congress and our regulations, we also want to work with folks to be as flexible as we can to make sure that their projects are successful and see them provide the kind of services that they want to provide to rural America. So I would be happy to visit with the folks that you're referring to.
I thank the panel. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Abraham for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the panel. Secretary Mensah, thank you for your support of rural development. I will echo my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Thompson's comments that the good people of rural America, without them, the good people of urban America would be cold, tired, and hungry every day of their life. My district is very rural. I live myself in about the middle of a soybean field. So we appreciate USDA's presence. Most of what we hear is very positive on our end from the USDA. I want to also echo Mr. Kelly's and some other comments here about the broadband. We certainly lack it where we are for our state-of-the-art businesses. They can't do business as they should, not as quickly, not as efficiently. I was in Lake Providence, Louisiana this past Sunday at a prayer vigil for our law enforcement, and Lake Providence is a quaint town on the banks of the Mississippi River, and I looked down at my cell phone and it had no service, didn't even have a bar. And this is a city that has basically no service at all. So that's near and dear certainly to my constituents, that we need that and we need it very quickly. The question on these public-private partnerships, very much needed. Again, we are Louisiana Delta. We are poverty in much of where my district is. So we look for any method of funding, and public-private partnership seems to be one of those. But like has already been said here, we certainly want the private enterprise to assume some of the risk, because they will certainly assume some of the benefit if it works, and we don't want the taxpayers on the hook for the whole shebang, so to speak. So I guess my question is, what specifically are we doing to keep the public aware and show them that these public-private partnerships are out there? What kind of dialogue are you guys having?
Yeah, thank you so much, Congressman, for your importance, raising the importance of broadband, but also asking what we're doing to keep the public aware of the kind of of the kind of partnerships we're working on. You know, this is so much involves lender outreach for us, how we talk to our lending partners, how we reintroduce programs. This, again, has been such a strong year for us because of the authorities in the new Farm Bill. So I'd like to ask Administrator Rickers to speak more to some of the new outreach that we've pushed, particularly around some of our newer facilities, our REAP facilities, our renewed BNI, where we do ask people to come in, put their own skin in the game, yes, get our guarantee, but they're on the hook too.
Representative Abraham, thank you for the question. There's actually a project in Louisiana that it's a modeling of, I think, the partnerships that the Undersecretary is referencing. There's a biodiesel facility that took a grant. It was a REAP grant, about $370,000 in REAP grant. And remember, that's only a quarter of the grant cost. So a level much larger that was invested by the private company that was asking for that. In addition, they combined that REAP grant together with the $10 million BNI loan guarantee. And so there is a project in your state where they were taking multiple programs from RD together with the private biodiesel firm and a private lender, all packaging it together, ultimately opening up new industries and developing an economy that is a really vibrant economy for rural communities.
Okay, thank you. And another quick question, it kind of ponies off Mr. Crawford's question on this rural water system. We have that issue also in my district, and I know there's been a change in the census that actually affected the change in eligibility of rural water systems. How are you guys mitigating that? Again, how are you outreaching to the stakeholders and keeping them informed, that type of deal?
If things have changed, again, Administrator McBride, please speak to the census change in our water program.
Our water programs are actually run out of our state offices, and so we have state staff who are in frequent contact with the communities who would apply. And of course, you have organizations like the National Rural Water Association who work with the communities to make sure that they're aware of any changes and work with them to find alternatives in case their population now exceeds our 10,000 population cap.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Chairman yields back. Mr. Mullinaire, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing and also for all of you for being part of this panel. I found it very informative, and I wanted to follow up specifically with you, Administrator McBride. I'm from Michigan, and you'd mentioned the Michigan report on broadband that you referenced. One of the questions that's been going through my mind is when you think of, a state like Michigan, when you think of, my district, which is 15 counties, fairly rural, in wanting to know kind of where we stand relative to broadband and the needs of our local communities, and then how we would work with your office to advance these goals. And I just, obviously you have a state office, and I'm just kind of wondering, it's more of a process question, is how do local communities find out about the resources? How do they work with your office, the state office? How would they work with my office so that we can all be working together to kind of advance an agenda?
Sure. I would encourage thank you for the question, and I would encourage your constituents to start with our state office in Michigan. We also have several regional offices in the various states. I would encourage them to start there and discuss the types of programs that we have available. And then once there's a consensus at the local level of how the communities would like to proceed, we can meet with them and our state staff to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And our state staff is really the first point of contact because they can provide information on the different loans and grant programs, eligibility requirements, things of that nature that would help your constituents as they put a plan together.
Mm-hmm. And if we wanted to share information about the resources to start that dialogue, sure, would we work with your office to,
yes, sir,
to send something out or to have forums, those kinds of things?
Yes, sir. We would be happy to work with you on that.
Okay.
Please.
And what when you mentioned the Michigan report, I've heard that as well in terms of just how, just to be competitive, you need access to those resources. Where are we in this whole, and I guess rural America, not just Michigan, not just my district, but
right,
where are we in terms, if our goal was 100% coverage, right, where are we in that?
The FCC released a report earlier this spring that showed that rural America had about 50% of rural America had access to the same high-speed internet that is available in urban areas.
Okay.
So we have some work to do. We've made a lot of progress, but there is still work to do.
And what would be the elements of a plan to get to that 100% goal? Is it all a financial issue?
In a lot of instances, getting into the most remote, rural, hard-to-reach regions is very expensive. And so we try to work with potential borrowers who want to do that work and give them the resources that they would need. But there is a lot of work that goes into that, both on the part of the provider that would go into those communities and with the agency to make sure that we're making loans that are sustainable.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Chairman yields back. Ms. Hartzler, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. As being part of the 15% that you reference, I appreciate your focus on rural communities in this country because I am a little partial, but I think it's the best place. And as you say, I appreciate, Secretary, you saying that we feed the world, and that is so true. So what you do is so important. And I wanted to start with Mr. McBride there. We have, we've talked a lot about broadband, but we have a rural electric cooperative in my district who is just doing some amazing things, putting in broadband, and has provided over 2,000 customers now with high-speed broadband that they wouldn't have had before. And I just wondered how widespread is the use of rural electric cooperatives to help fill this gap, and how can we promote it, as well as what are some of the barriers to being able to encourage them to reach out and provide this service?
Thank you for the question. A number of the rural electric cooperatives are starting to provide this service because there is a synergy between their smart grid technologies and high-speed internet. And so we've seen a number of our borrowers start to think along these lines to see what they can do to expand broadband access. From our perspective at rural development, we realize that no one is working in rural America in a silo. And our communities will be much more successful if we have partnerships between the rural electric cooperative, between the telecommunications cooperative, and the other utilities and industry in those communities. So we try to encourage all of our partners, and we try to work together as an agency to make sure that we are working with communities to reach their full potential and build out their infrastructure.
Are you providing several loans to rural electric cooperatives to pursue this?
We have made some loans on smart grid technology, and I can follow up with you on the specific number.
Great. And I was wondering, just in general, do you have maps of the United States showing places where people have access to broadband and not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like one for my district or Missouri. I think that'd be very helpful. This is just a general question, Secretary Mensah. Since your agency deals a lot with loans, there's been a lot of changes to how loans are processed for private commercial banks since Dodd-Frank. And I've visited with them ever since I've been elected to serve here, and it's very, very, very onerous. Getting a housing loan used to take 5 pages. Now, on the average, it's 50 pages that a homeowner has to go through. And I just wondered, and maybe this would be also a question for Administrator Hernandez, but after Dodd-Frank passed, have you seen any changes to the paperwork that you have to do to give a loan for a housing?
Sure. Congressman, thank you. Dodd-Frank is an important part for us to be in compliance, and so we work with our lenders, and part of our process is trying to make sure we automate our processes, and that's why the lenders have come to us and say, if you change the way you do business, it'll make our participation a lot easier. So there is more, we think, more compliance, but we think it's appropriate for us to make sure we're doing good loans and there's good lending being done.
So what changes, though, have you seen to how loans are done before and after Dodd-Frank?
The major change is more education to the home buyer to make sure they know what responsibility they're taking on. That was the whole purpose of that, is trying to make sure home buyers only sign on the dotted line when they know there's good lending and there's good compliance from the lender's point of view. That's very important. So we spend lots of time doing home buyer education with our customers, trying to make sure they know what they're doing is the right thing, they can pay back the loan. I can get you more specifics on what additional paperwork or things that we're going through, so I can do that for you if you'd like.
Yeah. Have you had to hire more people in order to comply?
Actually, we had lost a number of staff for a number of years, over 20% less staff as we're trying to, and that's why automation is so important to us. As we invest the dollars that Congress has given us to automate more, it saves our lenders time, which is the majority of our program is for private sector to do the lending. So with that investment in technology, we can save more time.
Very good. And I only have 30 seconds left, but back with Administrator McBride, a lot of my small communities are having trouble changing the way they treat their water, the water treatment systems, because of the changes from EPA. So what changes, what has EPA done that has caused this to happen?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure exactly which regulation that you're referring to, but we would be happy.
There's so many.
I would be happy to work with your communities to see what we can do to help them comply.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady is back. Mr. Gibson, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the witnesses, too. It's a very informative and helpful hearing. I just want to express my gratitude. These programs are essential to my district, and generally very pleased with your responsiveness and the way things are going, so thank you for that. You know, the broadband issue is one we've been involved with, my office, 2011, an amendment on restoring funding for the low-interest loan program, involved in the Farm Bill with some of these reforms that Mr. Crawford was mentioning earlier. I appreciate your responsiveness to all this, and really, I agree with your point that we've certainly learned from some earlier challenges in looking to perfect the program. So my question really is that I was encouraged to see you have a report coming soon, the collaborative work that's being done between USDA and Commerce. This is one of the things that I've learned in my time. I was in the military until about 5.5 years ago, and I have found that there have been, there have been times when I'm having to perform a role like a quasi, we used to be a chief of staff, you know, when we had the storms, Hurricanes Irene and Lee and Sandy, and we were getting aid out, and there really wasn't a synchronizer, somebody who was integrating these programs. So I was encouraged to see that you're collaborating with Commerce, because candidly, this has been among my frustrations, is that, you know, out there in the 19th District in New York and upstate, we're working with the Rural Utilities Service, thank you very much for that, and also the Connect America Fund. And so I would like to hear more about that process, about how you are working together, because we seem to hit the end of one program and the possibilities of another. And so I'm looking for a little bit of inspiration that you guys are looking at that problem too. I realize that puts you in an uncomfortable position because you're sort of like at the edge of your authority at the beginning of somebody else's, but I think this is really where the real advantages or the real progress we can make when we actually integrate these programs better.
Thank you. I think I'll let Administrator McBride speak to the collaboration between Commerce and USDA. I will say that there are times when our regulations prevent us from going to a community that's of a certain size. And then that collaboration is even more important because we can cover a broader swath of the country. But
Thank you for the question, Congressman. The White House Rural Council actually gives us a framework to work across agencies and communicate and make sure that we're sharing information on our programs with different agencies who maybe can't fund a project through one of their programs. So we are trying to do the best that we can to coordinate at a federal level. As difficult as that can be sometimes, we are trying to coordinate to make sure that we're actually getting the information to the folks that can use it. I grew up in rural Arkansas, and so I'm very familiar with the challenges that small communities can have, and oftentimes they don't have grant writers, oftentimes they don't have folks who can identify the programs that they might be able to access. And so that is something with the Undersecretary's leadership that we have worked very hard to do in rural development, to make sure that we are sharing information with people who would be interested in that, and also making sure that we're aware of things that are going on in other agencies that or there might be some synergies and we can collaborate.
Thank you. So just to put a finer point on this, so in our district, electrical co-ops are also in this space of broadband expansion, doing yeoman's work on it. I call your program sort of like the ground game. We get 2 or 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and then, you know, we've got the real possibility with the Connect America Fund, but the first round wouldn't let the electrical co-ops get access to that program. It does seem encouraging now that we're getting a review of that, and our co-ops are now going to get access to that. But that's really the question that I'm raising here is somebody sort of looking at this from an integrator standpoint and saying, look, you know, there's a lot of efforts that are trying to expand broadband in rural America. We have disparate but yet complementary programs. Is anybody working to maybe tie up, you know, some of the fine point details of these regulations so that we can get the maximum value out of it?
Yes, sir. We have about I think it's $55 million this year in the Farm Bill Loan Program. And then we have our infrastructure program, then we have Community Connect. All of these programs tend to be oversubscribed. And so we are aware of the need to work with other agencies and make sure that we're connecting dots there.
Well, thank you. And I'm not going to have I'll just submit for the record, really just an observation. Visiting my food banks, I was very encouraged to hear about Second Harvest. It's a great story. I just wanted to share with you, in some of my visits, I have found cans of goods on the shelves, a lot of imported food from China. And, you know, I don't know if you knew about that. We have food banks that are, you know, got canned goods from China or not, but I wanted to share that with you. I don't know if you have a reporting element that picks up on that, but I'm just a little concerned about that. Thank you for your great work again.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. Appreciate you and your administrators coming to join us today. As you may know, I used to be at USDA Rural Development, and so perhaps learned a little more than maybe even I wanted to while I was there. I see some of my old bosses in the crowd back there with smiles on their faces, and so great to have you here today. Question for you. I'm curious about the Rural Business Cooperative Service reorganization there and what's taking place, and very curious about the state of the value-added program. That was of great interest of mine when I was there at the department.
Thank you for both questions. We tend to, as you know, we're always looking for ways to continue to do our work in the most efficient way possible. And your former area of rural business and cooperative services is so important to us, both in the way it handles its business and cooperative loans and the way it handles the new energy work and our renewed focus on community economic development. And I will let Administrator Rickers speak to that and to your concern also with value-added producer grants, one of my favorite programs because of what it's able to do in unlocking more potential. I think it's thriving, but if you could say a little word more, Administrator Rickers.
Thank you, Congressman Rouser. It's a unique opportunity to speak to someone who was at least close to where I am today. Special, so thank you for your question. To your first question, the reorganization draft plan that we have now, it is a proposed reorganization within the Rural Business Cooperative Service that is working its way through the Rural Development Review. Before starting this review, we made sure, first and foremost, that we made sure that we communicated effectively and have spent time with the staff of both the appropriations staff of the Senate and House and the authorizing staff of both the Senate and the House, and have also met with stakeholders that have interest in the reorganization. The reorganization is minor in the functioning of RBS. What it does is it makes some changes to our program so that we can better manage the responsibilities that first Congress has given us in our energy programs through the 2014 Farm Bill. It also changes and improves the management so that the important work that we do for cooperatives is better integrated with the core programs that we deliver. All of the functions that are currently being done now at RBS will continue to be performed, but we think that through this reorganization that we'll be able to manage it more effectively. To your point about the value-added producer grant, it's a coveted program within RD. First, for the committee instructed the USDA in the 2014 Farm Bill to make sure that it prioritized new and beginning farmers as well as veteran farmers. And so in the new regulation that was published earlier this year, those priorities are reflected in the new regulation. We are working diligently and will be making awards by the end of this fiscal year, and we look forward to the results, and we know that they'll reflect those priorities that this body had us incorporate into the regulation. So thank you.
The B&I program has always been the flagship, obviously. How's our default rate looking on that these days?
We are at an historic low, I'm proud to report. The default rate or delinquency rate nationally is under 5%. It is 4.87. I grabbed it. 4.87 as of this morning. So thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, Community Facilities Program was a popular one in my district. I've got a lot of rural areas, a lot of small towns, a lot of fire stations, medical clinics, town halls, et cetera, that are always needing a little help. I remember when I was there, the demand for that program just astronomical. I'm just wondering what your dollar amount is, what the demand is these days. How strong is your backlog?
The demand, Congressman, for this program is just outstanding. We get an appropriation up at $2.2 billion this year. We think we will probably close close to $1.1 billion. 46% of that's invested in rural healthcare. That's where a lot of the rural towns are looking for ways to do any type of access to healthcare for facilities, equipment, and buildings. 20% is for education, 50% for public infrastructure. People love this program. It helps change and build community that you need to do with housing. You have to do both, because what happens, people have to drive too far, and so they need the facility, but they also need housing in both.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I see my time has expired.
Joe's time expired. Mr. Goodlatte for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your holding this series of hearings, and I want to welcome all of our witnesses and to the Undersecretary and to Administrator McBride. I want to reiterate what a number of folks have said here about the importance of the rural services for economic development in rural areas. About a third of the population of my district is in rural areas, and your work has had a tremendous impact on promoting and in some instances stabilizing economic development that might not take place but for your help. One of those areas, Administrator McBride, is the issue of rural broadband services. Very, very important, but also has to be done very, very delicately. This is not like originally delivering telephone services or rural electrification, where it was either there or it wasn't there. In the old monopoly days, when there was either one phone company providing services or there was no phone company providing services, that was a fairly easy call. But today, broadband services are provided from a multitude of different sources, and you can inadvertently destroy existing competition by providing government subsidies to entities that enter the marketplace, not to provide strictly new service to an area that doesn't have any, but also to make their business more profitable, go into areas where there is already competition. Tell me, how are you handling that, and how is it working?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. The 2014 Farm Bill actually instituted an unserved requirement for the first time for our potential applicants. So for any applicant that is successful through the Farm Bill loan program, at least 15% of that proposed service territory will be unserved. There is also...
Well, what's happening in the other 85%? That's
well,
my interest.
the second piece of this in terms of determining eligibility is that there is a requirement that there can be no more than 3 existing service providers. So that is also in statute, and so we're careful to make sure that we're following that.
And what kind of complaints have you received from some of those existing providers who may be, for example, providing what has historically been broadband services, but as these speeds increase and increase and increase, it no longer is, and now there's a subsidy for a new competitor coming in that's...
Part of the Farm Bill requirements that require us to post potential applications online will give existing service providers the ability to see who is applying, and they can contact us with any concerns that they might have.
And is there any effort to balance this out? So if an existing provider comes in and says, well, you just gave this financing to this company to come in and provide this service, what opportunity do they have to get loans in order to upgrade their services to be competitive?
Assuming that the existing service provider met the eligibility requirements under the program, they could potentially apply as well.
What if they didn't want to go into the 15% new provider? They just wanted to be able to compete with somebody that you've subsidized to compete with them.
We would need to look at their application and discuss with them the possibilities that they are considering.
Well, could they qualify if they didn't have that 15% requirement?
We are required to include a 15% unserved territory under the Farm Bill.
Should there be an exception for these types of circumstances where you've let a new entrant into the market, they're competing very effectively in an already existent marketplace to the disadvantage of people who used private capital to invest in that same area?
I wouldn't speculate on exceptions. I don't think that I have that authority under the statute to grant an exception.
I'm just asking your opinion. I'm not asking you to make the decision.
I would want to see the potential applicants and the concerns that they raised and consider that fully before offering an opinion.
Let me ask you one other subject area with regard to rural electricity. How will the President's Clean Power Plan affect your loan portfolio?
Right now, the action is moved to the states as they develop their plans. We, as I mentioned earlier, we're in frequent contact with all of our borrowers, and we'll want to work with them to make sure that they have the tools that they need to respond to the plan.
Do you not have any concerns that some of the loans that you have outstanding may be jeopardized by the massive change in this policy?
Excuse me, sir. Without seeing the specific plans put forward by the states, I would hesitate to speculate on the impacts on individual borrowers.
So you're going to put us off?
We will be in touch with you as we move forward on this.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank
That's
you.
much time is right. Mr. King, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for your testimony. A couple of things come to mind as I listen to Mr. Goodlatte, and one of them is I pose my first question to Mr. McBride. There's a model out there that has emerged or is emerging that sees rural water systems incorporating septic systems, rural septic systems. I shouldn't use that word incorporate, but incorporate into their business model, not into the water system, and where they would go in and build a system and then lease the system back to the property owner so that the property owner is no longer in ownership of their own leach field, but they're paying a monthly fee in order to avoid the requirement that is likely an EPA requirement that they upgrade their system. Could you comment on what that looks like for a business model and what that might look like if much of the United States that is served by rural water would end up also being served by a rural water system that also does the sewer system?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. That is not a specific issue that has been brought to my attention, but I would be happy to follow up with you after the hearing and discuss the instances that you're referring to and look at that.
I appreciate that direct response, and I'll look forward to that. I'd comment further on that I just don't know that anybody's looked into that very far to contemplate what that means for, let's say, a county, a state, a nation, if that goes, I think that goes a lot further than what this Congress imagined. So I would ask you to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
And I thank you for that. I'd like to then turn to Undersecretary Mensah, and again, thank you for your testimony. I'm thinking in terms of rural development, and I've many times from this platform said that all new wealth comes from the land. And you can mine it out of the earth, and you can seine a few fish out of the ocean, but it's fields and mines, and then the wealth, actually the renewable wealth, comes out of the land itself. And so when we talk about rural development, I know that there has been a concerted effort on the part of the USDA to focus on especially the development of our small towns and communities. I do think that's admirable, and it's about the second best way that you can raise children. If you can't raise them on the family farm, you can raise them in a small town or rural area. It's a pretty good thing to promote. But I'm concerned about the regulation we have on top of us now, the waters of the United States. And I lay that foundation for economic development side of this because the utilization of this land has been driven by a desire for profit but from people who are good stewards of the land. And the Waters of the United States regulation turns this thing on its head, where it puts our producers in a position where they have to ask permission in order to utilize their property that they've invested in either in their lifetime or in previous generations. And I wonder if you would comment on what you think the impact is of an EPA that has a reach that, oh, just a moment, I should probably lay a little more foundation on this. I'm Iowa. So the Waters of the United States regulations, according to the map that's been delivered to me, would cover 96.7% of Iowa. We don't have an ocean. Some say we don't have a beach. 96.7% of the state, and the balance of that's in the prairie pothole regions that look to me like they're already designated wetlands. So it could be that the federal government has reached out to put special regulations on nearly every square foot of my state. And there are some 50-some practices that are essentially approved by this proposal, but many of those practices have been developed in my lifetime. And so new practices, they would have to have permission for. And I just ask you if you could comment on the threat that this is to put the federal government in a position to control crop inputs, to control nitrogen, for example. If they can do that, they can control production, they can limit the value of your land, and that affects rural development. So I'd ask you if you'd comment on waters of the United States.
Congressman, thank you for your clear passion for where wealth comes from, wealth from the land, and for your passion for your producers. I do not have a role in the Waters of the U.S. rule, but what I can tell you is that rural development has been standing by the small communities, the producers, the people that need broadband, that need housing, that need businesses, and that is really our role. And I look forward to seeing that continue.
I just ask you to incorporate that in your thinking, because the well-being of the people in these communities is going to be directly tied to the profitability of the land that surrounds them.
I appreciate
So I appreciate your comments and your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Yields back. I want to thank our panel today for coming up and sharing with us. We appreciate your testimony and your candor. Appreciate what you do. The four of you supervise an important part of the Farm Bill and work that it does, but rural America and production agriculture can't prosper without each other. And so appreciate the work you do, and appreciate this morning's testimony. We'll now take a brief break. I think the panelists agreed to move down to 1306.
Absolutely. Yes.
So that members, while we're in this transition, if the four of you will move down there, then members who want to have a quick word individually with our panel can go down to 1306 while we bring in our next panel.
Thank you.
We stand in recess for a moment. If we can get our witnesses to take their seats. Good morning. Are you going to time this? What is that? Hang on a second. Oh, I don't know. I guess. Well, good morning. Welcome our second panel. And before I introduce our panel, administrative business, given the really strong showing of members today, I want to ask unanimous consent that we take the questioning time to 4 minutes instead of 5. We had hoped to have both panels done this morning by 12:30, so we'd have time for the afternoon panel. So we'll go to unanimous consent. We'll go to 4 minutes for questions for everybody. And rather than taking a formal lunch break, members are advised that we have food in 1302. So come and go as you please to take care of that, and we'll move on with the panel. So I'd now like to welcome our second panel to the deal. We have Mr. Ed Avalos, Undersecretary of Marketing and Regulatory Programs, USDA, Mr. Alfred Almanza, ALSI Undersecretary for Food Safety, USDA, and then joining both Undersecretaries Avalos and Almanza, we've got Ms. Ann Alonzo, who is the Administrator for Agriculture Marketing Service. We have Mr. Kevin Shea, who is Administrator of Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. And we have Mr. Larry Mitchell, the Grain Inspection Packers and Stockyard Administrators. And we get the name tags done appropriately. All right. Well, let me again thank the panel for coming this afternoon. Appreciate your patience with the morning panel. Went a little longer. We're now ready for the report from you on the good work that you do. So, Mr. Avalos, if you'll start us off, we'll be good to go. Easy with your microphone.
Oh, I guess I got to press the button, don't I? I'm pleased to appear before you to discuss the activities of the U.S. Department of Agriculture Marketing and Regulatory Programs Mission Area, which includes the Agricultural Marketing Service, AMS, Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, and Grain Inspection Packers and Stockyards Administration, GIPSA. With me today are Mr. Kevin Shea, Administrator for APHIS, Ms. Ann Alonzo, Administrator for AMS, Mr. Larry Mitchell, Administrator for GIPSA. Agriculture is an engine of growth and prosperity, directly and indirectly supporting 16 million jobs, and MRP programs contribute significantly to the success and development of domestic and international markets in a variety of ways. Each of our agencies has unique responsibilities that are crucial to this work. And today, my colleagues and I are here to discuss some of these responsibilities and how we contribute to the success and profitability of American agriculture. APHIS's primary mission is to safeguard health and the value of U.S. agricultural and other plant and animal resources. The agency's programs protect U.S. livestock, poultry, specialty crops, which are worth more than $191 billion. Also, they assure the well-being of animals covered under the Animal Welfare Act. APHIS employees come to work every day across the country and around the world to serve a diverse array of customers and stakeholders and respond to challenges and threats as they arise, such as avian influenza. These customers include ranchers, farmers, poultry producers, licensed animal dealers, importers, exporters, and many, many others. While APHIS is engaged in this crucial work, the agency is also doing so much more with less. We have lost over $400 million in appropriations over the last 4 years. One area which APHIS has made significant strides is with its biotech petition review process. In recent years, this process was taking more than 3 years for review and preparation evaluations necessary to make the decisions. Such delays added to a growing backlog of petitions. To address the situation, APHIS undertook a business process improvement review, which allowed APHIS to eliminate the backlog and to cut review times down to about 18 months. And in the near future, when the process is fully implemented, the review time will be down to around 15 months. USDA and APHIS have been confronting the largest animal health emergency in this country's history. APHIS is dealing with an unprecedented outbreak of high-path avian influenza, taking a heavy toll on the poultry industry. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Committee, I can assure you, however, that this disease has USDA's fullest attention, and we are committed to standing with our producers, poultry industry, in the rural communities to get them back on their feet. In fiscal year 2014, APHIS requested and received funding from Congress to initiate the National Fair Swine Damage Management Program. These animals cause damage estimated $1.5 billion every year and pose risk to agriculture, natural resources, property, animal health, human health, and safety. APHIS is working to remove animals in 41 states, and together with our partners, APHIS established a state-level management control plans that outline our management goals and objectives with regard to feral swine in each state. Depending on local conditions, these range from total elimination of feral swine populations to management of individual populations. We also appreciate Congress's support for the Hong Long Bing HLB multi-agency group. With support from Congress, the HLB MAC has been able to approve $20 million in projects to put practical tools to work in the field now, while longer-term solutions are being developed. The MAC is working very hard in support of the citrus industry to fund near-term practical tools and solutions for industry to use while they combat citrus greening. APHIS has made significant progress in establishing a variety of other plant pests, including our successful work with the state of California to address and to keep the European grapevine moth from maintaining a foothold. I'm also proud of the work that APHIS has done towards eradicating the boll weevil from the United States. Through the agency's work with state partners, the cotton industry, and our counterparts in Mexico, APHIS has worked to eradicate boll weevil from over 99% of the 16 million acres of U.S. cotton. APHIS also used funding provided by the 2014 Farm Bill to continue to enhance plant health through two important programs: the Plant Pest and Disease Management and Disaster Prevention Program, the National Clean Plant Network Program. Since 2009, APHIS has funded more than 1,800 projects in 50 states and 2 U.S. territories. The ability to export is key to growth, profitability, and continued success for our U.S. farmers, ranchers, and related agricultural businesses. For some crops, 50% or more of our production is exported, including 80% of U.S. cotton, 70% of tree nuts, 50% of wheat, and 50% of rice. Agricultural exports were a record $152 billion last year and have climbed more than 58% in value since 2009. Last year, APHIS, in cooperation with other agencies, successfully negotiated and resolved a total of 170 sanitary and phytosanitary trade-related issues involving U.S. agricultural exports with an estimated value of $2.5 billion. APHIS also successfully intervened in 273 situations where the U.S. cargo was being held up at foreign ports of entry, which prevented and rejected shipments worth more than $49 million. The mission of AMS is to facilitate the efficient, fair marketing of U.S. agricultural products, including food, fiber, and specialty crops. AMS administers programs that create domestic international marketing opportunities for U.S. producers. AMS also provides the agricultural industry with valuable services to ensure the quality and availability of wholesome food for consumers across the country. AMS carries a wide range of programs under the authorization of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, as well as over 50 other statutes. More than half of the funds needed to finance AMS activities are derived from voluntary user fees. AMS also provides services for private industry and state and federal agencies on a reimbursable basis. In addition, AMS conducts several appropriated program activities through cooperative agreements with state departments of agriculture and other agencies. AMS employees work every day to support the country's diverse agricultural operations. The agency's workforce includes marketing specialists, commodity graders, economists, market news reporters, scientists, analysts who support the market of American agricultural products and work at industry-specific processing plants, terminal and shipping point markets, production facilities, and office environments. AMS provides services and awards millions of dollars in annual grant investments to create opportunities by supporting economic development in small towns and rural communities across the United States. Much of the agency's support for agriculture is provided through commodity-specific efforts such as its dairy, fruit and vegetable, livestock, poultry, seed, and cotton tobacco programs. AMS also oversees the National Organic Program, Science and Technology Program, and the Transportation and Marketing Program. Further, AMS provides oversight for 20 research and promotion programs. I would like to provide a few examples of how AMS activities touch and benefit U.S. agriculture producers and consumers. One of our most widely used programs is Market News. This year marks the 100-year anniversary for AMS Market News, which provides agricultural stakeholders with information they need to evaluate market conditions and trends, to make marketing decisions, and to assess movement of products across the nation and across the world. Another key AMS activity is purchasing non-price supported commodities such as meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, poultry, and egg products in order to stabilize market conditions pursuant to Section 32, and in support of nutrition assistance programs within USDA. AMS grant programs also play an important role in facilitating marketing, assisting states in exploring new market opportunities for U.S. food and agricultural products, both locally and internationally.
Mr. Avalos, you're a little past the 5-minute mark, if you want to go ahead and get us to him.
Well, okay, Mr. Chairman, why don't this was turned in, and I guess the members can read it.
The written report, your written comments will be in the record, of course.
Okay.
So, any last couple of thoughts?
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I want to thank you and the committee for the invitation to be here. We stand ready to answer any questions you might have on the MRP mission area.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alamanza, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Peterson, and members of the committee, I am Deputy Undersecretary for Food Safety at the United States Department of Agriculture, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you here today to discuss our food safety mission. To start, I'd like to thank you, Chairman Conaway, for joining me on the plant tour this past year, and also like to extend the invitation to any of you to accompany me on a tour in the future. A plant tour is really the best way to see what our inspectors do on the line and what they're doing on a daily basis to protect public's health. I look forward to continue working with Representatives Rouser and Davis, as well as all members of the Agriculture Committee. Sometimes it's easy to forget that the meat on your plate has undergone a thorough process of inspection and testing to ensure that you don't get sick. But if you are one of the millions of Americans who consume meat, poultry, or processed egg products, your food is inspected every single day by the dedicated men and women of FSIS who are present in all these plants throughout the country. Additionally, FSIS administers a labeling program to protect consumers from misbranded and economically adulterated meat, poultry, and processed egg products. We are modernizing the way we do things, and carcass-by-carcass inspection remains a cornerstone of our work. Our system of inspection is the most reliable in the world, and I take great pride in the inspection process after having begun my own career nearly 40 years ago as a line inspector in Dalhart, Texas. Today, billions of pounds of meat, poultry, and liquid egg products are produced, transported, and sold every year. A system of this magnitude requires constant vigilance to prevent the possibility of foodborne contamination. FSIS is legally required to have inspectors present across the country in every plant that processes meat, poultry, and processed egg products. The agency employs approximately 9,000 employees, and 80% of them work in establishments across the nation. FSIS cooperates with 27 states to develop and administer state meat and poultry inspection programs that implement food safety requirements that are at least equal to federal requirements at over 1,600 and small and very small establishments. During fiscal year 2014, FSIS personnel inspected almost 150 billion head of livestock, 9 billion poultry carcasses, and over 3 billion pounds of processed egg products. Last year, FSIS conducted nearly 7 million food safety and defense procedures. Some highlights of our achievements this year include the implementation of our new poultry inspection system, which will prevent an estimated 5,000 illnesses each year. We also launched stronger performance measures to reduce pathogens like Salmonella and Campylobacter in poultry products, which could prevent an estimated 50,000 illnesses annually. In addition, we announced a best practices guidance for controlling Listeria monocytogenes in retail delis to help prevent cross-contamination in deli counters. We spend much of our time educating the millions of Americans who consume our products every single day. Over the past year, we've partnered with the Ad Council on public service announcements, conducted outreach to at-risk and underserved populations, and developed our own smartphone application, the Food Keeper app, in a conjunction with Cornell University and the Food Marketing Institute. As we move forward, our focus on modernization also has us looking at ways to modernize pork and beef slaughter. Our focus on science will increase our use of whole genome sequencing, sampling, and the use of new performance standards to address salmonella in parts and comminuted poultry. We are closely coordinating with other federal agencies like the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control to discover sources of illnesses more quickly and to respond more effectively during recalls and outbreaks. In fiscal year 2015, we developed harmonized attribution estimates for Salmonella, E. coli 015787, Listeria monocytogenes, and Campylobacter for major food categories. Improved estimates of foodborne illness source attribution can inform efforts to prioritize food safety initiatives, interventions, and policies for reducing illness outbreaks. These types of collaborative efforts help FSIS work with our partner agencies to ensure that food safety is better informed, better targeted, and more effective. As a public health agency committed to achieving excellence, FSIS continuously tracks performance, modernizes methodology, and applies science-based approaches to the work that we do. I began my career at FSIS as a line inspector, and I know firsthand the hard work that these dedicated men and women perform every day to ensure that we have the safest food supply in the world. It is because of this work that millions of Americans can sit down at their table and enjoy safe, wholesome meals every day. Thank you for your support, and I hope you'll soon join me on a plant tour to see what FSIS is doing to protect American food supply. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate both your testimonies. Mr. Avalos, I was privileged to see your feral swine program and work in Central Texas. We had a great example of the state agency and your agency working together to provide that service, and then we had landowners who were, the beneficiaries of having the feral swine taken care of. Obviously, you have some landowners in Central Texas provide hunting opportunities, but you also have other landowners that the feral swine is a nuisance and a pest and a predator. So appreciate the good work that you're doing there. Mr. Alamanza, thank you also for your tour at the packing plant in San Angelo and the work that went in that day to get you down there and have you join me with that the good work there. And let me actually see your inspectors doing their job. I don't think you had set up the carcasses to go through there at an appropriate place so that there wouldn't be anything wrong, but your guys look to be like taking care of business. Recently, we had a consumer report out that ground beef contains harmful bacteria, and that 18% of that 18% contains bacteria resistant to more than 3 classes of antibiotics. The report claimed that the numbers are far less if they're from a sustainable beef, whatever that means. Could you give me your take on that consumer report and what it means to consumers?
Yes, sir. The recent consumer report study was what I would say an unfortunate article that serves to scare consumers. The most deadly pathogens that FSIS routinely tests for were not found in the report sampling. Rather, the study focused on generic bacteria. The consumer report article confirmed that there were no Shiga toxin-producing E. coli Aztecs present in the ground beef samples. And so these Aztec strains have been declared adulterants by FSIS because they can cause severe illness. So we believe that the article overlooks many requirements and achievements that FSIS and USDA inspection and testing programs for meat products right now.
Well, I appreciate that. Mr. Avalos, you mentioned significant budget cuts to your administration or to your team. Can you help the committee understand what the impact that's been on your ability to do what you're doing?
Mr. Chairman, most of the cuts that were made to my mission area were at APHIS. And what we did was to look for ways to do as much work, in many cases more work, with less money. And we looked for efficiencies, and I think that Administrator Shea and his team did a really good job in finding ways to be more efficient and do the same job, in many cases, more work with less money. So I'm going to ask Administrator Kevin Shea to expand on my response.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. We did several things. As Mr. Avalo said, first, we looked for efficiencies. Second, we looked for programs that were no longer as effective or we could not be as effective at as we would like to be. For example, we were spending a lot of money on the emerald ash borer, a significant forest pest, but we simply lacked the tools to have great success against it. So we reduced spending in that kind of program. I think probably the most damaging thing was we did have to leave over 800 positions unfilled, so we lost over 10% of our workforce. And that does mean that it's more difficult for us to respond quickly when we have a new pest or disease outbreak. It means it's more difficult for us to have full surveillance around the country so we can find these outbreaks faster. And simply more difficult to carry out all of our activities. But as Mr. Avalo said, people pitched in, did more, and the people who were left behind continue to work hard.
Thank you for that. The first couple of things you did about finding efficiencies and looking for programs that may have outlived their usefulness, I think I wouldn't call those damaging. I would say those are appropriate for every organization to go through. But helping policymakers understand the other side of that, where you are having shortfalls that might affect health and safety, would be helpful. So I appreciate your work. Mr. Peterson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the panel for being here. And I've been to the FSI. I've been to the plants and seen your people in action. You're right; they do a great job. I want to focus in the little bit of time I have on this avian influenza, which hit my district more than any place in the U.S. And first of all, I'll say that I think APHIS, by and large, did a pretty good job given what we were dealing with, but there were problems, and I'm sure you know that in the process. So now, one of the things I'm hearing from my egg layers is that you've been responsive to some of these requests on the changes in the indemnification formula, but there's still some unanswered questions about what goes into the formula. So I just met with some of them yesterday. Is USDA going to release that formula so that everyone's on the same page and about when it, what it covers and what it doesn't? Is that going to be released so we can see it? Mr. Shea?
Absolutely, Mr. Peterson. We will be happy to post on our website and release anything that has to do with any of the formulas we're using
so
for
we haven't,
compensation.
that hasn't been done yet, or haven't you finalized it, or?
Well, I would say this. We do adjust the indemnity formula as market conditions change, because the indemnity intends to pay fair market value. Fair market value can change, but the basic formula remains pretty much the same. And to the extent that is not well known, we will make it better now.
Yeah, well, and then the part of it that has to do with paying for the depopulation and cleaning and all of that stuff, there's some issues with that. And it seems like that's kind of a moving target. I don't know, has that been finalized, or is that still a work in progress, or?
That is still somewhat a work in progress, but we appreciate what people are saying. What we want to do is move toward a standard formula for compensation for cleaning and disinfection.
And what I'm, hearing, there's a lot of bureaucracy. There was in this current situation, people talking about wanting to go to some more simplified method where it's maybe so much a square foot, so much bird or something, and then have people being able to compete for that business, and maybe letting the people themselves do the work, as opposed to bringing in all these contractors, which might have spread the disease. Are you working on that?
Absolutely. We think that's a great idea, and we want to move toward that kind of formula. And indeed, in many cases, the owners themselves are in the best shape to do the work. And additionally, it helps keep their workers employed, who otherwise might not continue being employed, and also local folks. So we absolutely are moving toward that.
Where are you in that process? Are you in any place to be able to come out and start talking about that or putting out information about how you're going to do this?
We're not quite there yet, because we want to make sure that we've tabulated what all the costs were so far this year, so we can get this formula correct. As I mentioned earlier, there's kind of two different formulas here, one for indemnity for the birds themselves, and then one for this work. And this is the work that we still need a little bit more information for to complete, but it's coming very, very soon, I commit that
We're going
to
to
you.
probably ask you to come up and talk to us about some questions that have been raised there. The one last thing, on the depopulation, I appreciate your goal of 24 hours. I think that's, the sooner you can depopulate, the sooner you stop the virus. As soon as the birds are dead, as I understand it, the virus does not continue. So, you know, I think in turkeys, it's one thing, but when you get into these layer operations, you know, I don't know how in the world you're going to kill, you know, or depopulate those in 24 hours, unless you shut off the ventilation, which has not been supported, and I guess the AVMA doesn't support it or something. And so where is that whole process at?
If indeed we see another large outbreak like we did, and of course we hope we don't, but if we do, we're going to have to look at all the tools available and make those decisions at the time. But everything needs to be on the table, but we still need to look through all the possibilities.
So you haven't made any, everything will be open then as you go forward?
I think we'll be reaching very final decisions very, very shortly, literally in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. We hope to have the final touches on our fall planning that will address all the various depopulation options.
Thank you. And again, thanks for the response to USDA. You guys have really stepped up to the plate, and our people appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time expired. Recognize Mr. Nagelbauer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shea, last fall, 27 members of the Texas congressional delegation wrote to the GAO expressing concern about the transparency of APHIS's site reviews in their decision to allow fresh beef from the regions in North Argentina and Brazil, with historical risks for foot and mouth disease that had been recognized. Specifically, we asked the GAO to open a review of the methodology and the management controls used when APHIS conducted their site visits to determine animal health information. And thankfully, the GAO agreed to do that. I wondered if you could kind of give us an update on what the progress that's been made in that GAO review.
Mr. Congressman, I'm not aware that the GAO has directly contacted us yet to start the specifics of the review, but we are certainly very prepared and happy to cooperate with them as soon as they do.
Can you kind of walk us through the process of why this review is in question? Because, I mean, I think a lot of people were concerned about that where we've had a presence of foot and mouth disease in that region, that the decision was made to allow us to import that.
Well, I understand why there's a lot of concern. Foot and mouth disease, of course, is probably the biggest concern for the livestock industry in the United States. And indeed, there have been cases of foot and mouth disease in Brazil and Argentina in the past, but there haven't been any since 2006. And we did several site visits. We reviewed all the literature. We looked at their veterinary infrastructure and proposed a rule that would be just like the one we've applied to Uruguay, which would require that there be inspection before and after slaughter, that the animals be deboned, and that the lymph nodes be removed, and that the pH level is moved to a level where foot and mouth disease can exist. These are the same kind of mitigations that the European Union uses, the same ones that OIE uses, and they have not found any movement of foot and mouth disease from countries where they apply these mitigations. But all that said, I understand the concerns because foot and mouth disease is indeed our #1 livestock concern. So I could understand why people wanted to know more about it. And again, we certainly welcome GAO to look at it.
And so you've not been contacted by GAO about beginning this process?
I am not aware that we have been, no.
Can you double check with your folks and get back to us on that?
I'll be very happy to do that.
I'm going to yield back my time, and now I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Goodlatte, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome this panel as well. Undersecretary Avalos, as USDA marketing orders fall under your authority, I'm sure you're aware how very different our dairy and specialty crop markets are today than they were in 1937 when the Agricultural Marketing Agreement Act was passed. As evidenced by the recent Horn case in which the Supreme Court ruled against USDA and aspects of the raisin marketing order, farmers are increasingly doubtful about the utility of these antiquated programs. I'm sure that marketing orders will gain even more scrutiny now that the USDA is in the midst of considering California's bid for a federal milk marketing order. Therefore, considering that the California dairy industry represents 20% of all U.S. milk production, it's obvious that California's entry into the federal system will deeply impact dairy markets nationwide. Can you give us a summary of the impact of such an order on the rest of the country, and have you taken steps to analyze the impact of everyday consumers?
Congressman, I'm very much aware of the proposal, the request for a marketing order from California. And there's another marketing order that we are working on at this time. That's a U.S. pecan marketing order, which we received a proposal last month. And so anyway, marketing orders are still ongoing. 2 marketing orders in progress right now to create a marketing order. But as far as implications from the Horn case, I'm going to ask our Administrator Alonso to answer your question.
Good morning, Mr. Congressman. Yes, in June, the U.S. Supreme Court decided against USDA in the Horn case regarding personal property taking without just compensation. But we believe that the Supreme Court's decision in Horn addresses a very narrow situation where under the raising marketing order, the government, through an administrative committee, takes title to a crop held in reserve and may physically appropriate that crop. The decision, we believe, does not address other types of volume controls or reserve programs. There's no other administrative committee currently physically appropriating or taking title to the agricultural products. So we believe that this is a very narrow reading and it's applicable to this case and not to other marketing orders.
And would one of you answer my question, which was, can you give us a summary of the impact that such an order, meaning the California dairy marketing order, will have on the rest of the country, and have you taken steps to analyze the impact on everyday consumers?
Yes, California. In fact, next week, the 2014 Farm Bill allowed California producers to request a federal milk marketing order. And next week, September 22nd, there's going to be a hearing in Clovis, California, to consider the establishment of a California federal milk marketing order. The hearing is going to take a few weeks. We've received proposals, and we have economic analysis from some of those proposals, but the hearing that is expected to take several weeks is going to be very important and pertinent to our ability to go forward. And so we don't have a concrete analysis, but based upon,
let me interrupt you because my time is expiring. Mr. Chairman, if I might ask one more question as follow-up. After the Supreme Court issued the Horn decision, the USDA amended general regulations for federal fruit, vegetable, and specialty crop marketing agreements and marketing orders to accentuate that antitrust laws do apply to these marketing order programs. Could you explain why the federal milk marketing orders were not covered under this same final rule?
Can we get back to you on that, because I don't quite think
it's pretty glaring if you change the marketing orders in several other areas, fruit, vegetables, specialty crops, but you don't change it for milk. There's got to be a reason why milk was left out.
Well, we haven't completed the California. We're just going to a hearing.
No, we're talking about something different than California now. We're talking about all federal milk marketing orders.
I don't think I understand. May we can we respond to you on the record later on about that?
When will you be able to do that by?
Can do it today.
Okay, that would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I want to apologize to the gentleman from Nebraska. I didn't see him sitting down there in that whole position there, and I skipped over him, and I apologize that you're now recognized for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm fairly low down here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman, I just want to move a little bit away from where we are in the question and talk a little bit about what's important to us in Omaha, which is an urban area, obviously. My district is urban, but we are in a very ag state. We had the conversation with Mr. Mitchell earlier, having been to Nebraska many times. And Administrator Alonso, you were there as well, and I want to appreciate, to tell you personally, as I did in the last hearing, the last panel, what a significant event that was. I mean, we talked about the Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food initiative. It's very important to our city that our population be, first of all, exposed to products from the farm, obviously, both because it's good for the young people to understand their state, but most importantly, on the nutrition side, where do you see this initiative going? And obviously, the demand and interest in Omaha, Nebraska is significant. Could you just generally describe how you see this happening, being rolled out, where it's going?
Ashford, for your leadership in putting together that conference, which was probably one of its kind. Many of our agencies at USDA participated, the NRCS, the FSA, RD, and AMS. And so we thought it was so well attended and so well done, and really underscoring just how important this sector is and how it's growing. According to industry estimates, in 2014, local food sales topped $11.7 billion. People, as you know, and this is discussed during the conference, want to know where their food's coming from. They want to know their farmers. They want to keep money in their local communities. They want to create jobs and access to healthy foods. And in the case of Omaha, how do you bridge the rural and urban communities? And at the department, and as we mentioned at the conference that day, Secretary Vilsack and the department is very aware of this interest and this growing dynamic. And we've identified this area as one of the 4 pillars of the work that we're doing to revitalize the rural economy. And so you mentioned the Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food initiative, and that's the coordinating tool that we use at the department by which we all work at. And in the past 6 years, in fact, under this initiative, we've invested more than $800 million in more than 29,100 local businesses in the last 6 years, as mentioned. I think where we're going is that we're trying to be even more responsive to the needs of the marketplace. We recently had the Farmers Market Week, and throughout the nation, many states were celebrating Farmers Market Week. We have about 8,500 farmers markets now in the U.S., and it continues to grow. There's also other business models that are opening up, community-supported agriculture, food hubs, and so we're going to continue within our auspices to support this. My agency is part of the Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food group, and what we do is primarily in the area of technical assistance. Last year, I think we fielded something like 2,000 calls and requests for help. We also, via the Farm Bill, were supported with many grants, several grants, one of them called the Farmers Market and Local Food Promotion Program, of which I know many of the members here, their constituents have taken advantage of. Also, the specialty crop block grants, also focusing a lot on local and regional foods. And these are block grants to the states that the state departments of agriculture work with. We've just announced this week or last week a multi-state project across states, $3 million. These are competitive grants to state departments of agriculture to work on a lot of these issues in terms of local. And we're also doing all that we can to put resources together. A lot of folks don't know where to go for their farmers market or their food hub, so we have directories.
I think my time is expired, but if you
I
just.
get very passionate.
No, just in also thank Eleanor Starmer as well for coming out,
Definitely.
if you would. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen, and now the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ma'am and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Mr. Peterson asked about the potential for insurance for poultry growers. I, too, am concerned about the growers of poultry, so that's a bipartisan issue, and look forward to review of those answers. I want to ask about something that's been brought up before, the pecan order. We have a tremendous number of pecan growers in my area. When I had cows, I paid $1 every time we sold one, I think it was, into the beef industry, and certainly thought that was money well spent as a cattleman. And I understand the hearings are complete on the pecan marketing order. And what's the status of the proposal for pecans? And when do you estimate we'll see the next action on this issue?
Congressman, being from New Mexico, that also a major pecan producing state, and having so many friends in the pecan industry, not only in New Mexico, but in Texas, and now I have quite a few friends in your state of Georgia. Mm-hmm. It's absolutely amazing that we took these growers at one time didn't actually get along, seeing them work together, seeing them work towards a marketing order for the benefit of the U.S. pecan industry. Not for Georgia, not for New Mexico, not for Texas, but for the U.S. pecan industry. It's absolutely incredible. So anyway, 3 hearings were held, one in New Mexico, one in Texas, and one in Georgia. Tremendous attendance, received tremendous input from the industry. So now we're in the assessment stage, and I'm not sure what the next steps are exactly, but I'm going to ask our Administrator, Ann Alonso, to expand. But I just wanted to emphasize that this marketing order, if it's voted upon at referendum and goes through, would be a landmark accomplishment for the pecan industry. And it's all about obtaining market share and staying on top of the nut industry in the world. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Ms. Alonso.
Thank you, Undersecretary. Yes, a proposal was submitted on behalf of the pecan industry by the American Pecan Board. And so, as mentioned, we had 3 hearings this summer, and the next steps that, based on the hearing record and the briefs that we've received, we're going to move forward in the formal rulemaking process, which includes a recommended decision, a public comment period, a secretary's decision, a grower referendum, and a handler sign-up. And so those are the next steps in the process for the pecan marketing order.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know one other thing that would very much help that industry is if we were able to get the trade barriers with India removed. Certainly a tremendous market there, and anything that the people in your agency can do to help in removing those trade barriers, I would certainly appreciate. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield the remaining 35 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, secretaries and administrators. Mr. Shea, from what I understand, APHIS is coming close to finalizing an SPS agreement with China for the import of U.S. rice. Throughout the process, there have been some hang-ups on protocols like trapping, labeling, and segregation of varieties, but it seems like these issues have slowly been resolved. Can you give us an update on how this process is moving along and shed some light on how China is generally when it comes to adhering to SPS protocols? I know they have a tendency to kind of move the goalposts, and I just want to get your assessment.
Well, Mr. Congressman, as you said, we are very, very close. I think we have been working with them, and they've been working with us in good faith on this particular issue. And I think we're very close. We hope to have been there already, but we're not. Things move slowly in negotiations with the Chinese, as always. But we think we're very, very close to an agreement, but not quite there yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Almanza, we met with Ambassador Froman last week to discuss the status of TPP negotiations, and I asked him why USTR has been intervening with OMB to hold up on issuing the final catfish inspection program rules. His response was that they're worried about making sure the rules are consistent with WTO protocols, and they want to make sure it's implemented without any objections from our trading partners. But what's confusing to me in this whole debate is that don't these new rules follow the same equivalency standards as we have for chicken, livestock, and poultry in general? So why would a system we've had in place for decades cause a trade dispute?
I would say that it's because we've never inspected catfish, so that's probably a nuance there. But yes, the equivalence process for other countries remains the same as with any other products that are imported through FSIS.
Did Ambassador Froman or his staff at FSIS work with you during the development of the catfish inspection program so you could arrive at a product that's acceptable to everyone? And
Yes.
if so, I don't understand what the concerns are on the back end.
There are a number of issues that we've gone back and forth with them on, which is typical for a proposed rule. And this one, like I said, has a little bit of a added nuance in that it's going to be a totally different type of inspection protocol than we've ever had for catfish. And so meat, poultry, processed eggs, and catfish is just a different species that we've never done. And I think that's part of it.
Okay. Early on, I'm going to shift gears a little bit here. I supported original proposed new poultry inspection system rules, which changed the role of food safety inspectors and increased line speeds. And we've got a few pilot plants in my district, and poultry companies there have reported tremendous success on all fronts. I was disappointed when the rules were finalized, only food safety protocols were changed while the line speeds were not permitted. So a couple of problems there. Incentive for plants to move to the new inspection model is impaired because they don't have the opportunity to increase production speeds. And if the incentive isn't there, we're not making important steps toward improved food safety. Seems like a lose-lose. Can you report to the committee in terms of how many plants have begun participating in the new model, and do you see any way to get back to the original proposed line speed?
Okay, so we currently have 49 plants that have expressed an interest to opt in, which includes the original 20 that we had under the what was a hemp models project. So those plants are able to maintain the line speed, which we thought was going to go along with this rule at 175 birds per minute. But what we're looking at is the food safety value. Right? And to me, right now, companies, for the first time, we're having them address salmonella and CAMPI control and required to do their own testing, which we hadn't done before. So that's a public health food safety advantage. The other side of it, we believe that with time, we'll see what the plants that are opting in develop data as to how they're performing. And then we'll look down at the future and see how that measures up to the plants that are running at 175 and see if there's any difference.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman goes back. Mr. Yoho, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the panel being here. Mr. Shea, when you started off with talking about the decreased number of inspectors is dangerous in general, but especially in the face of an outbreak. And we in Florida, with our Florida orange juice here, I hope this is not our last crop, with citrus greening, and now with the Asian Oriental fruit fly, I'm sure you're aware of the damage it's done. And if Adam Putman, our Commissioner of Agriculture, has called a state of emergency for our state. And if that gets up into the Miami area, we're looking at a $1.6 billion economic impact. And we appreciate the research and work that you guys have done. Knowing that, and you had brought up about the foot and mouth disease, how they haven't had an outbreak in South America since 2006. Knowing the difficulty we have of exporting cattle that have been exposed to blue tongue, or the threat of BSE going into other countries, and we know the economic impact and the danger that foot and mouth disease could have here in America with all cloven livestock. It's estimated to be between $150 to $250 billion is what I've heard, the different estimates. When I look at the benefit of importing beef from any country that has had that or they're using a modified live vaccine. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And then I'd like to also, another question is, and I want to commend the USDA and APHIS and the Plum Island Research, excuse me, for coming up with the leaderless foot and mouth disease vaccine. I mean, it's cutting edge technology. And being such a safe vaccine, will that be rolled over in production in the United States and have a provisional release on that where they can manufacture it here in the private sector?
Okay, I'll take the second part first. Our colleagues in the Ag Research Service did indeed come up with a new vaccine that we are now working with them on to see how it can be tested and whether or not it can be produced on the mainland in mass quantities. We're certainly not at that point yet. We can't even bring a vaccine onto the mainland without a special approval from the Secretary, so we're still working through that process. And indeed, foot and mouth disease, of course, is also a select agent, so we have to work through our select agent regulation.
How long have we been waiting on that approval?
We are just now getting into that point. So I think that has great promise, and you're absolutely right. We would be better off having more FMD vaccine available and more kinds available. And so we're certainly going to be working with our colleagues in ARS to pursue that. As to your first question about the beef from Argentina and Brazil, I understand that importing some beef from Brazil or Argentina might have limited impact or limited benefit to the U.S., but we in APHIS see it somewhat differently. We need to do rules like this so we can have credibility going around the world to, as you say, get our beef into other countries. And so if we want other countries to treat us the same way, we need to apply the same kinds of principles. Of course, we believe with foot and mouth disease, it's a special threat. Understand that completely, and that's why before we would let beef in from Argentina or Brazil, the 14 states of Brazil, we have all of those mitigations required that I mentioned earlier. So that is our thinking on why we think it's appropriate to do it, while still understanding your very valid point about the...
I know the administration is trying to, allow that beef to come into this country, but before the rules and all the studies have been done, I would hope that APHIS would stand strong to protect the domestic beef population so that we don't have that threat. And I yield back. I'm out of time. I look forward to talking to you down the road.
Jim yields back. Mr. Rick Allen, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for your testimony here this morning. And just thinking about the process of dealing with everything that you have to deal with. I know our state commissions, their budgets of about a little north of $51 million, and particularly dealing with the avian flu and some other things, and realizing that we are all stretched budget-wise. Has there been any attempt at overall collaboration? I know the states are sensitive to federal intrusion, and I understand that as far as particularly from a regulatory process, but it looks like, when we have a situation, say in Iowa, in Minnesota, where it looks like it ought to be kind of all hands on deck across the country, because eventually we're going to all possibly be affected by that. And I hear from our farmers and our producers often about the regulatory environment and kind of what yes, we appreciate your help very much, but there always seems to be a price to pay for that. Could you have y'all thought about some overall, and I'll ask both the Undersecretary, any overall collaboration across the country when we have these events, whether it be foot and mouth or avian flu or whatever, and say, okay, all hands on deck, we need to deal with this problem?
Congressman, we actually have quite a bit of cooperation and working together with our stakeholders throughout the country. For example, at APHIS, Vet Services, we have cooperative agreements for almost most of our diseases, different pests, with the states. Animal disease traceability. Okay, we implemented a national program, but we have complete cooperation nationwide with the states. And a lot of the funding that the states receive, they receive from USDA. So some of this is already ongoing, and I understand what you're saying, absolutely, because I know that state budgets are tight, and when a major outbreak, like in this case, high-path avian influenza, and other cases, like we had Asian longhorn beetle, we had European grapevine moth, and we can go on and on. We do look ways to be more efficient, look ways to work with our stakeholders across the country. Another example, we mentioned the feral swine program. Okay, we receive money from Congress, federal money, but it's not a 100% federal program. Every state is a stakeholder, and every state puts money into this, and the private sector puts money into this. So
Well,
some of this is ongoing.
Right. Well, certainly, it's a big country. We have tremendous resources. Obviously, the poultry industry is the largest industry. Georgia's number one in that industry. We have a poultry research center there at the University of Georgia. And I would think across this nation, including USDA, we would have the resources available to deal with these matters, even when you are, as you say, stretched. I certainly think that collaboration in all instances is very important. I'd also like a quick update on from Administrator Shea on the various aspects of the high-path avian influenza.
Mr. Allen?
Okay, time out.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do a second round if you need to.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Thompson for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you. Thanks to all the Secretary, administrators for your service, for being here today. I wanted to, Administrator Shea, APHIS has made some very firm commitments about how long it takes to make regulatory decisions for biotechnology products, which obviously are very important. This is something this committee has worked on. And so my question is pretty straightforward. Are you meeting those goals? Can you talk about the process a little bit?
Yes, we are absolutely making the goals. We had 23 deregulation decisions pending 3 years ago. 20 of those 23 have been made. Since that time, 11 more deregulation requests came in. We have completed 7 of those and expect to complete 3 more of those within the next month. So there are only 7 pending a decision right now, and that should be down to 4 within a few days. So I think we made some tremendous improvement there. I think one thing we simply did was something that a lot of folks kind of miss, I think, in processes, that there are a lot of internal deadlines, and you have to enforce each internal deadline with all the various people that have to approve something. And just by doing that, we made great progress. We also are focusing on novel or new kinds of technologies that we're looking at so that we can take our prior analysis and decision-making on more standardized biotechnology and make those decisions more quickly. So I think we're really doing very, very well with this.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you recently proposed very stringent new performance standards for ground turkey and chicken products. Do you think the industry as a whole can even be able to meet those new standards? And are you certain that their implementation will result in quantifiable benefits to American consumers that ultimately outweigh the cost to both the industry and the consumers?
Yes, we do believe that they would be able to meet those standards. I think they have made significant strides since we've been talking about this, and we proposed. They understand about more stringent performance standards that we're going to have. We do believe that they'll be able to meet them ultimately. They've met them before, and we do believe that there's going to be a quantifiable advantage to the American consumer in just based on some of the problems that we've had in the past with those products.
So you'll be able to measure and I guess at some point share with us kind of the cost benefits analysis of the cost of implementing the regulations versus the benefits. And
certainly we can provide that to you if you'd like that.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Be appreciated. I think that's important anytime we're looking at regulation.
Absolutely.
No, I appreciate what you're doing. Administrator Mitchell, at times livestock market owners have been told by GIPSA they may not exclude people from their places of business. When can a livestock market exclude someone for financial or behavioral reasons, and how should they go about it?
Well, we expect markets to admit all willing sellers and buyers. The exception helps to ensure livestock producers who co-sign livestock will have the widest possible pool of potential buyers. Further, the United States Supreme Court's held that the Packers and Stockyards Act makes stockyard market agencies public utilities with a duty to serve all impartially and without discrimination. At the same time, the Act makes the responsibility of every stockyard owner to prescribe rules and regulations to require those persons engaging in the purchase, sale, or solicitation of livestock to conduct their operations in a manner which will foster, preserve, and ensure an efficient, comprehensive public market. GIPSA expects market agencies to take those reasonable steps to assure that those who bid on livestock have the financial ability to pay for the livestock and to assure that the market personnel and market participants behave appropriately. Occasionally, a market may find it necessary to exclude a buyer because the individual has failed to pay for livestock. Even less frequently, a market may determine that a market participant's presence is disruptive to the conduct of business and act to exclude that individual. GIPSA has not addressed these statutory requirements through regulations. Rather, the agency has relied on the livestock markets to conduct their business fairly and with professionalism. In the rare instances where a problem arises, GIPSA would investigate a complaint that an individual has been unlawfully excluded from market and determine whether the actions of the market violate the Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman's time has expired. Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Deputy Undersecretary Almanza, I just want to kind of follow in. I share the sentiments from the gentleman from Arkansas as to the catfish. What other meats are not inspected that either come in or don't have similar inspection patterns that come into the United States that we export?
What other?
Meat. They're for poultry, there's for beef. What other meat other than catfish is not inspected that we export that does not have a dual inspection row either going in or coming out?
Right. So the only thing that FSIS is responsible for is meat, poultry, and processed eggs. Everything else is basically inspected by FDA.
And this is for Administrator Shea. While high pathogen avian influenza hasn't affected the southeastern United States, of which Mississippi and several other states are there, our poultry producers and researchers are doing all they can to prepare. What lessons have you learned at APHIS about the spring's avian influenza outbreak that will make you better able to respond to that when and if it hits the southeast?
Well, first, of course, we know that there needs to be better biosecurity. Biosecurity at poultry farms is really good, but not good enough for this kind of outbreak. So we need to step that up. That's a lesson. But once an outbreak does occur, we've learned a lot of lessons. One, we need to depopulate the sick and exposed birds as quickly as possible. Two, we need to compensate those owners quickly so they can get back on the road to recovery, get back into business. We need to very quickly determine how to dispose of the carcasses. That was something that was a cause of delay before. We need to know whether we're going to compost them in the house, compost them in the field, bury them, incinerate them, or take them to a landfill. But we need to make that decision very, very quickly. And in the Southeast, with lots of broilers, composting in the house would probably work well, but we need to make that decision on a case-by-case basis. I know in Georgia they would prefer to not do that, so we need to work with everyone on that. We also know we need consistency on how we're going to clean and disinfect each facility once we're done.
And Mr. Undersecretary, I'm not sure who to address this question to, but one of the issues that I had come up while I was back home in district is as between the grower and the owner of broilers, a lot of times the grower actually does not have insurance or cannot get insurance, and it goes to the owner of the broilers, not to the grower. Are there any provisions, or is USDA or is anyone looked at, how do we take care of the grower who not only loses his crop that he doesn't get paid for, but also is not capable of growing any crops in the future for a long time?
Congressman, that question has come up before in conversation, and I don't have an answer for you. I think Kevin Shea can explain the process to you.
It's kind of ironic, but for our low pathogenic regulations, we do require that the grower get some of the compensation. And we do not have that in our current regulations for highly pathogenic avian influenza, but we are looking to correct that.
Thank you both for your answer, and Mr. Chairman, thank you again for allowing me, and thank the panel, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Jimmy goes back. Mr. Desjardins, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shea, you and I have talked a few times by letter and otherwise regarding the walking horse industry, and I wanted to speak with you a little bit today. I sent you a letter on August 10th, and you're very gracious to give me a response by August 20th, and I appreciate that. I've had a lot of calls from constituents over concerns about the objectivity in the inspection process on the walking horses. And the numbers grew to the point that I decided to hold a town hall during the week of the celebration in Shelbyville. They had set aside a room for 450 people, which ended up overflowing and having to be moved into an arena, and we had over 1,100 people in attendance. And I don't think in 5 years I've ever had that many people turn out for a town hall, so I think it's important that we talk a little bit about it. What is your current opinion about the state of the walking horse industry? Is it improving, and does it have a right to exist in its current form?
It certainly has a right to exist in its current form, and we certainly believe that the industry can exist without soaring. And indeed, despite the understandable controversy at the celebration, nearly 9 out of the 10 horses passed inspection. So it is indeed possible to train a horse to compete in the celebration and other Tennessee walking horse shows without soaring. And so we believe that certainly the industry is in better shape than it was many years ago when soaring was openly blatant.
Okay.
That's not the case now, I don't think.
I was just looking at some numbers, and there were, I think, VMOs and DQPs at 39 shows through the first 8 months of the year, and over 4,300 horses were inspected, and there was a turndown rate of about 1%. So I would say that's pretty good, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure that those, I can concur with those statistics. I believe that the disqualification rate was somewhat higher than that.
Now,
but
at
it
the
is
celebration, I agree, which the celebration is kind of the Super Bowl of horse shows. So
Yes.
it's kind of like in the NFL. They play all the games all year long to get to the Super Bowl so people can come and watch the best athletes, if you will. But at the celebration this year, there was about 1,200 horses inspected, or 2,000 horses, no, 1,200 entries, and there was about a 10% turndown rate. How can you explain 1% through 8 months of August, same horses, same inspectors, same VMOs, and then they get to the big Super Bowl of shows and it jumps tenfold?
Okay, so any number of reasons why it can increase. For one, scarring and soaring can take place throughout the entire year. And by the time the horses get to the celebration, the soaring and the scar caused by the soaring is more apparent, easier to see is one thing. Second, because the stakes are so high at the celebration, our experience is that perhaps owners and trainers are more willing to try to get a sword horse through inspection than they might at a lower stakes show.
It seems like they would know that there'd be more people watching there, so I don't necessarily agree with that. Do you think that a biopsy is a appropriate objective form of testing for scar? Let's say a horse gets turned down for scarring and a biopsy is performed and it shows no scarring. Would that be significant to you?
Well, certainly if a biopsy were to prove that, it would be something we should look at.
Okay. Is thermography capable of detecting scarring?
Thermography does not detect the scar, but it indicates where a scar may be.
Okay. Now, like if there was 200 horses or whatever I said turned down, 126 were turned down, how many of those are followed up on and issued citation? The whole Horse Protection Act is to get rid of bad actors, and I think it should be, and I think that's great. How many are followed up on and issued citations?
We either issue a citation or issue a warning letter to all of them. But because there are so many, we simply can't follow through and file a federal case against literally each and every one.
Okay, well, I thank you for your time. Mine's expired, but I hope we can visit some more about this later.
I'll be happy to.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Abraham for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the panel for being here. I actually think you men and women are an integral part of our national security because food safety is utmost on all of our minds and certainly a place where our enemies could do us harm if they so choose. So thanks for doing a good job on that. I'll address my question to you, Secretary Almanza. I'm both a veterinarian and a human physician, so the use of, or lack of use, of antibiotics in our food chain is somewhat important to me, and I'll hit it from two questions real quickly. On the veterinary side, I understand the withdrawal times, but the use or the lack of use of antibiotics in the feedlots in our poultry farms, have there been studies or what's the discussion on y'all's level as to animal welfare and mortality, morbidity as far as use and lack of use of antibiotics in that? And on the human side, you mentioned in your opening statement several food pathogens, E. coli, Salmonella, Listeria, Campylobacter, and those we know about. Any studies or discussions, again, at your level as far as whether antibiotic use or lack of use does promote resistance?
That's primarily an FDA, what I would say in their bailiwick for setting standards. I will tell you that we are very active in testing for residues. If we have veterinarians in each of our slaughter plants, in addition to food inspectors as well, but at any time, if we see any injection sites, anything that appears to be abnormal, we certainly test those animals to see whether they have any residues for that they haven't met any withdrawal times and things of that nature. Now, we also work very closely with FDA and with CDC as well to look at the prevalence of these types of issues and concerns, certainly in the biosecurity arena as well. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Jim Jones back. Ms. Walorski for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Administrator Shea, I am thrilled that you're here, and I have additional questions about the avian flu. And my question is, and I so much appreciate your answers to Mr. Kelly, I just have a couple of additional questions about that. For example, so in Indiana, obviously we're in the Midwest, we had a brief skirting of this with only 77 birds destroyed, but certainly in my district in northern Indiana, where we have a large amount of poultry providers and egg production, I've got worried constituents. And what you were talking about just a second ago with biosecurity, depopulating very, very rapidly and things like that, in some cases it took 2 weeks to put down all those birds. And then the big question, and we were embroiled in that conversation about the question of then what? What are they going to do with all these birds, and how are they going to disintegrate them, or what's going to happen? So you're alluding to all of that. So when you looked at these states that were wiped out, did you look at states like Indiana as well that had these skirmishes, and when you're looking at setting policy, Are you going to include states like Indiana, these professional growers as well, since we've already dealt with that? A lot of stress in my district about what happens in spring with these migratory populations. Could you speak to that?
Sure. I think that every state's pretty much in the same boat. As was mentioned earlier, I think we're all in this together, and every state needs to have pretty much the same approach to it, no matter what kind of poultry you have or how large your poultry industry is. We all are in this thing together. So we definitely have looked at how it can work in every state. One of the things we did to plan for the fall was ask every state to tell us the state of their readiness for an outbreak in the fall, and each one did that. And I think many are in very good shape. Others learned through this survey that we sent them that they need to do more. Certainly, Indiana has a very vigorous and robust animal health operation with Dr. Marsh for many years.
Incredible job, by the way.
Right. And so I'm pretty confident that Indiana would be prepared better than maybe than some other states would be should there be an outbreak.
I appreciate that, and I agree. Do you feel APHIS has the authority to do what it needs, or do you feel Congress needs to make legislative changes?
I think we have the authority we need, and also kind of getting back to something that was mentioned earlier, much of the regulatory action that takes place in a program like this is really under state power. State imposes the quarantine, state actually issues depopulation orders. So we have to work hand in hand with states on these programs.
I appreciate your efforts as well. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Jill yields back. Ms. Hartzler for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to reference some of the other questions on catfish, Mr. Secretary, in that this species has been successfully inspected for years through the FDA, correct? And there has been no major human health risk. Isn't that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And are you aware that moving forward with this rule is jeopardizing the TPP as it relates to Vietnam, and that they believe that it violates the WTO agreements and it opens up all the rest of the agriculture products in America to retaliation?
I've certainly read that, but as a regulator at FSIS, I'm basically about food safety, and
Yeah.
I can't pay attention to that.
Sure.
That
How
rhetoric.
much money has the agency spent already on trying to implement this rule?
Well, implement is probably a little over the top, because basically what we've done is we've tried to set up what catfish inspection would look like. So I could get you an exact number so that you can have that, but we can provide that to you.
Sure. I've heard we've spent $20 million, and I don't know if that's the case or not, but we've invested already, and it's not even set up, and we have another agency that we are spending hard-earned tax dollars on that's already doing it successfully.
Well, one of the things I will say is that it's different in that the way FSIS inspects, we're there every single day.
Right.
FDA isn't. They may get there once every year or every 3 years.
Sure.
So having a robust inspection system of every single catfish that is slaughtered, if you want to call it slaughtered, and having direct oversight over that every single day is significantly different than just having somebody come audit your plant.
Sure, and that's it's going to cause a lot of additional cost without necessarily a need there. But anyway, I want to move on, but thank you for that. Administrator Mitchell, I want to thank you for being so prompt in replying to a letter that I wrote you about some concerns with the livestock marketing facilities in my district as relates to the auditing process. And I was really thrilled, and I know all of my livestock markets at home are very appreciative of getting the information back to them now in a timely manner after an audit, so there's some closure. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And just generally in reference, though, can you give me a little more background on the way that GIPSA strategically decides who to audit and when?
Well, most of our work is done by our resident agents. Many years ago, we reduced the number of our offices from 13 down to 3. So a lot of our agents are in a locale. They will have an entire state. They may have part of a state, or they may have several states. They do ride a circuit. It's not etched in stone on what year or what month they're going there, but they are on the ground. And they have to go on some of the information that they may pick up at other sales or from producers. And of course, we've got a 800 number hotline that comes in for people to call in that might get someone reviewed. But it is fairly well at random, but when you have a facility that hasn't been reviewed in many years, they probably will be coming up for review very soon. We take it very seriously. We want to make sure that they're in business. They, you know, our livestock barns, they're rural for the most part. They're certainly local. They're small businesses, and they are just absolutely vital to ensuring that we do have price discovery within the market. So I don't have a formula for you on exactly when it's going to come up, but it has a lot to do with those folks that are on the ground out there.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Gentlelady's time expired. Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate each of you coming before the committee today. Mr. Shea, I've been advised there's a pretty serious shortage of FMD vaccine needed to manage an FMD outbreak. Can you share with us what the administration's plan is for that?
Well, indeed, there is not a huge vaccine bank for foot and mouth disease. But I want to emphasize that our first reaction, God forbid we ever did have a foot and mouth disease outbreak in this country, would not be to vaccinate. We would immediately try to stamp that disease out through depopulation and movement restrictions, because we don't want to move immediately to a vaccination program, because that could lead to export restrictions. And we want to eradicate the disease, not live with it through vaccine. We are looking at all the options for vaccine. I think it was alluded to earlier, our colleagues in the Agricultural Research Service have been working on a leaderless vaccine, which has great promise. So we are indeed looking at other possibilities.
Given all that, do you have any idea what type of cost estimate, you know, if we're going to try to tackle this from all quarters, what type of cost estimate we'd be looking at for a vaccine?
Yeah, I hesitate to say what that cost may be until we can see how this leaderless vaccine works out.
I see.
Traditional FMD vaccine currently used around the world is very, very expensive, certainly.
I've heard some reports that should we pursue that route, the industry might be required to help cover the cost of it. Has there been any discussion of that or any insights you can share on that front?
We haven't made any kinds of policy decisions like that. We've had some very generalized discussions with industry about the vaccine issue. We certainly agree with them that we would be better off to have a good supply of effective vaccine for foot and mouth disease. But we haven't really got to any kind of details about how to pay for these very high numbers that would be involved.
Thank you very much. Mr. Almanza, or Almanza, which do you prefer?
Al's fine.
Well, you know, I get asked all the time, do I like Rouser or Rouser? And I say Rouser. So, question for you, what sorts of tools and assistance can FSIS provide to assist smaller producers or facilities? What's the best way for those businesses who are looking for answers to get those answers?
We have an extensive outreach program for small and very small plants. At the beginning, I kind of covered our food safety app that we developed, that Food Keeper app. We think that that's really helpful for not only small, very small plants, but it's just general outreach that we did with Cornell. But we have a USDA small plant help desk that fields calls. Last year, we had over 1,400 inquiries, we've had 1,400 inquiries just through the third quarter of this fiscal year. And then we also have a small and very small plant webpage that received close to 12,000 views through the third quarter of 2015. So we tend to do a lot of outreach to those small and very small plants because they don't have the resources available to them to get those kind of answers.
And real quickly, I understand y'all are updating the way you carry out inspections, if you want to talk about that for a second, and any updates on any proposals to modernize hog slaughter.
Yes, so the whole modernization effort, I spoke to that about what we did with our new poultry inspection system. And so we're looking at, right now we're gathering data and analyzing that data in the 5 plants that we currently have under the hemp project in swine plants. What we're looking to do is develop enough of the data, analyze it, and have a proposed rule to implement that or just to have the proposed rule by the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. Let me follow up. I think all the members have talked. Mr. Shea, can you talk to us a little bit about if we had an FMD outbreak in Texas and it migrated into the feral hog population, how does, one, is that likely or not? But if it did happen, how do we control that?
Well, certainly we would hope that wouldn't happen, and we would find it quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the problem I'm dealing with as we look at this issue with Argentina and South America is that, I mean, it's a high-stakes deal. If it was just animals that were under pen and you knew where they were and could handle them, that'd be one thing. But, you know, Mr. Avalos has got a great program going, but we're creating more feral hogs every day than we're killing. So what would happen to us?
Well, certainly if we started seeing foot and mouth disease circulating in feral swine, that might be the point where vaccination is going to have to become the next tool, because obviously we can't capture and depopulate all the feral swine. There are at least 5 million in the United States now, and half of them are in Texas.
All right. Ms. Fudge, do you want to ask a question to this panel? Well, gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much for being here this afternoon. We appreciate that. It's really educational. Again, as with the other panels, we really appreciate what you do day in and day out. Your team goes to work every day to work your issues and to make sure that the American consumer has we talk about the cheapest, most abundant, and safest. Well, you're on the safe side of it for the most part, and we appreciate everything that you do to make that prediction fulfill it every single day. So thank you very much. If you wouldn't mind transitioning down to 1306 and let the members swing by and say a quick word to you individually if they want to while we transition to our third panel. But again, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. And we'll take a break for about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Well, I'd like to welcome our third panel to the witness table today. We're joined by the Honorable Kevin Concanon, who's the Undersecretary of Food, Nutrition, and Consumer Services at USDA. And he's accompanied by Ms. Audrey Rowe, who's the Administrator for Food and Nutritional Service, and Ms. Angie Tagto, who is the Executive Director for Center for Nutrition Policy and Promotion. Ms. Rowe, did I get your name right? Or is it? Okay. Terrific. I made it through that one. So, Ms. Concanon, you got the microphone for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I need you to use the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since time is short, I'll highlight a few key points, but I ask the committee to review my full written statement. As the economic recovery continues to strengthen, we remain acutely conscious of the impact of nutrition programs in the lives of Americans and in supporting institutions such as schools, volunteer organizations, and the healthcare system. The program works through partnerships in communities across the country with national standards for eligibility and benefits, but considerable state and local flexibility, a combination that is critical to success. These successes also reflect a partnership between Congress and administrations of both parties that we must continue. President Nixon established the Food Nutrition Service. Senators Dole and McGovern, with others from both parties, fought for food stamps and WIC in the 70s, and members of this committee from both parties championed the Agricultural Act of 2014. When I travel, I visit not just government offices, but schools, food banks, WIC clinics, and employment programs to see firsthand how services are delivered and who receives them. The committee's informative and useful hearings on SNAP, chaired by Congresswoman Walorski, have affirmed through the testimony of most witnesses the program's value in the lives of Americans, aligning with the positive impacts I see on the ground. Let me briefly outline a few. As SNAP provides needed food assistance, it lifts millions of people out of poverty and lessens poverty's impact on food insecurity, effects supported by research. And while SNAP has not solved food insecurity, it's contributed to its decline between 2011 and 2014. SNAP also supports work. I rely on my experience as a state commissioner overseeing food stamps and other safety net programs in 3 states. But the statistics confirm it too. Today, 31% of households, including 42% of recipients, have earnings, a major shift from 20 years ago. SNAP requires able-bodied adults to register for work, deducts part of their earned income to incentivize work, and lessens the benefit cliff and helps recipients get jobs. We all agree that meaningful work is the right way to reduce demand on nutrition assistance, and strengthening this part of SNAP is a priority. Our new Office of Employment and Training is re-energizing SNAP E&T to help recipients get good-paying jobs. We promote fuller E&T efforts in meetings with states, urging engagement with organizations such as Goodwill, food banks, job centers. And the Farm Bill E&T pilots will help us to find and scale up the most effective strategies. Nutrition is the link between agriculture and health, and USDA foods, formerly called USDA commodities, support both good diets and our nation's farmers. We've reduced sodium, fat, and added sugars in the products we buy, increased the variety of fruits and vegetables available. Though I'm pleased with these results, I know we can do more. We've refocused SNAP on evidence-based nutrition and healthy weight strategies, including Farm Bill authorized efforts to expand and test incentives to encourage healthier food choices. We brought more farmers markets into SNAP, a win-win for farmers and SNAP recipients. As of July, more than 6,400 farmers markets and farmers are SNAP authorized, a 7-fold increase since 2008. The Farm Bill authorized pilots to use USDA food funds flexibly to enhance schools' ability to buy locally. Our Center for Nutrition Policy and Promotions Choose My Plate resources are widely used by dietitians and recognized by American consumers. The center develops the USDA food plans, tracks the nutrient content of the U.S. food supply, and produces the annual cost of raising a child report. We're working with the Department of Health and Human Services on the next edition of the Dietary Guidelines for All Americans, which will remain within our mandate to, quote, provide nutrition and dietary information and guidelines based on the preponderance of the scientific and medical knowledge. In the future, the 2020 guidelines will include guidance for infants, babies, and women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. Public trust demands our ongoing commitment to improve integrity. We must also stop the unfortunate misinformation that these programs are rife with abuse. This too undermines public trust and does nothing to help Americans. SNAP's 2014 payment accuracy rate is one of the best in the government, but any improper payment is too much, so we must continue to improve. Trafficking, the sale of benefits for cash, has been reduced from 4% down to 1.3%. Again, we're not satisfied. We continue to push states on that issue. We recently reorganized and created a retailer operations division that focuses on high-risk areas around the country while enhancing customer service. Last year, we permanently disqualified 1,400 stores or store owners, the most ever in 1 year. New rules will stiffen penalties on those who try to exploit the program. Though most people follow the rules, we work closely with our state partners to fight recipient fraud. Let me turn briefly to disaster nutrition assistance, not one of our larger functions, but a critical one, especially these days. I got a report yesterday on the fires out west, and over the past month, we've been very much involved helping people out in the CNMI, Congressman Sablon's area, where, again, they were affected by a terrible set of storms. So it's important to know that we have that capacity as well. While I've discussed the major Farm Bill authorized programs, my written statement includes results and priorities for nutrition programs authorized through other laws. I thank you for your time and attention and the opportunity to appear before you today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Concan. I appreciate you being here today. Ms. Tacto, excuse me, your agency, as a part of the dietary guidelines work for 2015. We'll have the secretaries up next month, but I would like to visit with you about just the volume of work. Some 29,000 comments received this time versus 1,300 last time, and we're told that some of those, or many of those, may have been duplicative kind of things, form letters that members of Congress get. Mm-hmm. Can you walk us through just those numbers? How many individual or discrete response or comments did you get? And did your team, as well as the team at HHS, go through them in the appropriate detail to allow the comments to be reflected in the final output?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Conaway, for the question. As a registered dietitian in public health nutrition, it's absolutely thrilling to see the level of interest in the dietary guidelines, and really an unprecedented time for the dietary guidelines. Just to reflect on the opportunities for public comment, during the 19 months of deliberation of the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee, the public did have opportunity to provide response to the scientific committee during their deliberations. And then once the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee submitted their report, their set of recommendations to both departments, USDA and HHS, earlier this year, there was a subsequent public comment period of an additional 75 days. As a result of that, we had just over 29,000 comments submitted in response to the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee scientific report. And yes, you are correct. A majority of them, at least 70 to 75% of those public comments, were duplicative in nature. They were either form letters or in the ways of a petition and things. When we received those public comments through the dietaryguidelines.gov website, there was a thorough review by both agencies and a reposting of those public comments. So all of the public comments that were submitted are available at dietaryguidelines.gov. Very few of them were not posted due to inappropriate language and things like that. Both agencies are in the process of thoroughly reviewing all of the public comments and taking those into consideration while developing the 2015 Dietary Guidelines for Americans. And just to emphasize the role of science in this process, Mr. Chairman, we, of course, are very interested in those public comments that are supported by scientific justification. And so those are very helpful in moving forward with our process at hand. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Ms. Rowe, would you visit with us about the IG's recent report about the need for FNS to strengthen SNAP management controls and the recommendations that were in that report, where we might see you guys going with that, with those recommendations? Should we have this hearing this time next year?
We will have, I'd be happy to, oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Happy to answer the question, Mr. Chairman. We have reviewed all of the OIG's recommendations. There are some that we are still talking to OIG about because as we approach and look at those recommendations, we have some disagreement on the findings. What we are moving forward to do is look very seriously at how states make a determination as to whether an error is in fact an error or not an error, and what we need to do about that, whether it's something that, as the OIG has recommended, should there be a federal review process rather than the state review process? Should we have a two-tier process? So there are several issues that we are looking at, and we will have the final agreement on that report in the next 2 weeks.
All right. Well, I look forward to improvements for next year. As a CPA, we typically give those kind of reports to our clients when we do internal control reviews and those kind of things. And it's, I think it would be important for the taxpayers to be able to see, even if you disagree, that there's a rationale for we're doing it, and just don't ignore the report, but actually agree, adopt those that need to be adopted, and then take the other actions as you and your team agree. So, with that, Ms. Fudge, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Secretary Concanon, what is your opinion about the use of categorical eligibility and direct certification as options to increase efficiency and to streamline the application process for SNAP? And further, just as a point of clarification, just because someone is eligible, is categorical eligible, does not necessarily mean that they receive SNAP. Is that accurate?
That is correct on both fronts, particularly that last one. Let me mention that 42 states avail themselves of categorical eligibility status. It simplifies the process for states, reduces the number of errors. The principal benefit to consumers as well as to the state agencies is states have the option of disregarding the assets. The household must still meet the income test, but their assets are set aside, and the underlying rationale for that was, particularly during the recession, to not force families to exhaust their household resources while they might be unemployed or going through a difficult period. But I also should point out that historically, and I reflect on this in my own time as a state director, the area of eligibility determination most fraught with errors or mistakes is when state staff try to assess the value of certain assets. So it's actually contributed to the reduction in payment error rates as a result, but its ultimate benefit is it does simplify the process. It gives us better assurance of, in fact, the eligibility of the person, and it is an option that states have under law.
Thank you very much. Administrator Rowe, the Congressional Budget Office has forecast a leveling off of SNAP enrollment and a decline of recipients. Can you just elaborate a bit on that and tell me what you foresee over the next 5 years?
Thank you for the question, Madam Congressman. Yes, we do continue to see and anticipate a continued decline. We have seen somewhat of a decline right now as the economy has improved. We're seeing fewer people coming in to apply, but we're also seeing a reduction of those who are currently on the rolls. It is our anticipation that as the economy continues to improve, we will continue to see a reduction of participation in the SNAP program, but also as we get our employment and training programs into full gear, identifying job opportunities for individuals to move from the SNAP program into full employment. So we continue to anticipate a decline in the overall enrollment in the SNAP program.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, just I want you to reiterate, I know you said it just briefly in your comments, and I know it's in your written testimony, but I certainly hear an awful lot about we're spending more money and the numbers are not going down and they're never going to go down. I hear things about waste, fraud, and abuse. I want you to address it again for this committee. the small amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in this program, as well as the fact that the numbers actually are going down?
Yes, to the first question, the numbers are down by 2 million people from the high, what I call the high water mark. They've gone down at the rate of about 1 million a year. I think most forecasts we predict that continue to be reduced, and I believe the latest forecast that I've seen shows by 2020 it would be in the high 30 million or so household, 30 million plus, 39 million plus individuals across the country. On the question of the program integrity, meaning one, are the people who apply for the program, in fact, who they say they are, and is their income properly reported? Are they receiving the proper benefit? We have one of the lowest rates of payment error rates in the federal government. And on the question of fraud, the most serious abuse of the program, in my view, is trafficking, the sale of benefits. We're very focused on that. That's 1.3% of the benefits. So a small percentage, but in fact, when you apply that 1.3%, it's a large amount of money. So I don't minimize it in any way. I'm very focused on it. Ms. Rowe and her staff are very much focused on it. And we have been using increasingly, not just the undercover people across the country, but data analytics, where we look at the transaction amounts and the time of day and where the consumer lives versus the store. And as I mentioned, last year we took out 1,400 stores permanently. Those owners are out for a lifetime. A number of them have been prosecuted, but even if they weren't prosecuted, they're out of the program for a lifetime.
Thank you very, very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The lady goes back. Mr. Scott for 5 minutes. Sorry, Ms. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and administrators, for being here. Mrs. Rowe, my district is home to a large swath of the Delta region. And while the Delta is heavily agricultural, paradoxically, we have some pretty serious issues as it relates to low-income population and their access to healthy, nutritious foods. I'm proud of some of the work we've done in the Farm Bill that targeted this problem, such as expanding the Farmers Market Promotion Program, but I want to get a sense as to what your agency does specifically to improve access to nutritious foods in hard-hit rural areas like the Delta, and how do you approach the unique challenges that rural areas like the Delta present that are much different from the challenges faced in heavily populated areas?
Thank you for the question. We have worked very closely with the state agency within the Department of Human Services within the state of Mississippi or in the Delta areas. We have worked with community-based organizations and others to create more access points to get more information out to individuals on what programs are available and how they can access those programs. We have, there have been a number of grant programs, some recently that we will be announcing in the next few weeks, which will be focusing on farmers markets and SNAP participation. We have worked with rural development in rural housing developments to expand, for example, access to summer feeding opportunities. We have worked with schools to expand information and access to not only feeding opportunities or where they can go and have access to programs, but also healthy eating, healthy lifestyles, healthy nutrition. So we've worked with farmers, and we've expanded our work with farmers. Our regional office recently held a meeting in the Delta area with a number of farmers to talk about opportunities for them to work with schools to sell new produce into and make produce available to children in our schools.
Thank you. One quick question. SNAP is a state-administered program, but has heavy federal oversight in how states operate their programs. Can you talk about your relationship with the states? And you mentioned that a little bit in your previous answer, but how that plays out during various times of the year, and how do you resolve differences in state plans or thoughts about what's within the scope of SNAP?
We work through our regional offices, we work very closely with our states in planning their SNAP program and reviewing their SNAP program and providing technical assistance. It is a collaborative, cooperative working relationship. We try and make sure that as the state is developing its plans, that we're sharing with them best practices that may exist in other states that could improve both the administration of the program, access to the program. We continue to provide working sessions. We bring all of the state SNAP directors and others together to do technical assistance and to provide technical support. We do webinars, so there's a number of, our view is to work cooperatively with the state to ensure that we are reaching the largest population and increasing participation.
Do you keep a pretty open mind with respect to ideas that emanate from the states on how they can more efficiently administer programs?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the state understands their environment, what it takes in that state to make it work effectively, and we are always open to working with states in trying to achieve those objectives.
Just real quick, can you give me an example of one state that may have jumped out and done something that was maybe a little bit unconventional, but that you guys have decided was a good idea?
You want to answer that?
What if I might jump in on that, we promote something with state agencies across the country and refer to as business process reengineering, BPR, where we help pay for that, small consulting groups that come in and try to simplify the process so that they'll actually put on a board literally every step of the way when a consumer comes in the front door. And the idea behind it is cut down on some of the bureaucratic steps that are involved. And we have a program or a budget item that has been authorized and relatively small by national standards, but it's referred to as state exchange. When a state runs into a problem and we're aware of a state, let's say Colorado or a state up in the Northeast, we can either bring the staff from the state agency in that state to Mississippi or to a state that is struggling with it, or conversely, put people on a plane from that state and bring them up and say, this is how it's done. State exchange. It's one of the most powerful tools that we have. And states, I know, appreciate that because often state budgets don't allow people to travel for, they may have just a broad prohibition against travel out of state. And we think it's important for them to see this is how it's done effectively.
BPR again?
Yeah, business process reengineering.
Okay, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. McGovern for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. And let me begin by expressing my gratitude to all of you for what you do and for the millions of people in this country who benefit from the work that you and your agencies do. I think the programs that you oversee represent the best of this country. And I think that one of the things that you made this point that the number of people on the SNAP rolls is decreasing. But the reality is that there are still a lot of people on SNAP, and a lot of the people on SNAP are working people because they, quite frankly, they're working and they don't earn a decent wage, so they still qualify for government assistance. But there's a lot of talk in this committee and in Congress about the need for more flexibility when it comes to SNAP. And I always worry that flexibility is code word for block grants. And I think that would be a terrible mistake and would lead to increasing hunger in this country. We already have a case study of what block granting SNAP looks like. It's in the Northern Mariana Islands. When Congressman Sablan was a member of this committee, he passionately advocated for full SNAP for all of his constituents. And right now we're seeing the shortcomings of block grants. The islands were devastated by a recent typhoon and thousands of residents are in need of food assistance. But with a fixed pot of money, the SNAP block grants simply can't keep up with the demand. So can you talk a little bit about what we're learning from the situation in the Northern Mariana Islands right now, and what are the limitations of a block grant in cases of natural disasters or other emergency situations? And is this really the kind of flexibility that we ought to be expanding? I just say one final thing. If I have a critique of the program, it's that the benefit is not adequate to meet a family's needs. When I go to food banks at the end of each month, a lot of the people that are in line are families who are on SNAP because their benefit has run out. And so granted the mood in this Congress is not going to expand SNAP. I wish it would, but we ought to understand that this benefit is not adequate to meet the nutrition needs of a family. But I'd yield to you on that and on the issue of block granting.
Well, let me say, I agree with you. I think in the food banks and food pantries, that testimony may have come before the subcommittee, but food banks across the country, food pantries, my wife volunteers at one at a church here in the district. Toward the end of the month, the numbers who come in for those suppers go way up because people, whether they're working or on fixed incomes, they run out of money. So that's a fact of life that we're very mindful of. On the question of block grants, to me, the most powerful evidence about the inadequacy of it at times of real change in the American economy is what has occurred in the TANF, or Cash Assistance Program. For many years, I was a State Health and Human Service Commissioner. For most of those years, when it was either called food stamps or later called the SNAP program, in the early years of SNAP, about 30% of the households who were receiving food stamp benefits were also receiving cash assistance through the TANF program. Now we have, on the current SNAP caseload, the percentage of households receiving cash benefits is in the single digit. It's 6 or 7%. Even though we've just gone through from 2008 to 2010 or 11, you pick your years, the deepest recession since the Great Depression of the last century. And that is what accounts for the fact that even though Congress in 2008 changed the name of the food stamp program to the Supplemental Nutrition Association purposely to say it should supplement, it shouldn't be the only source of benefit, some 22% of the households now in SNAP have no other source of income whatsoever. So I have real worry about the inability of block grants to respond to whether it's a natural disaster or a deep dive in the economy.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Thompson, 4 minutes.
Chairman, thank you. Thanks to all of you for your service. Administrator Rowe, I wanted to continue to talk about SNAP. As we all know, it's a federally funded state-administered program, meaning the states are responsible for administering, being the boots on the ground, basically, of the SNAP program. They're the ones down on the ground making the program happen, with FNS, providing guidance and support. So my question I have, first one, in your budget request for fiscal year 2016, there was a request for 373 employees just for SNAP at the federal level, in addition to overall nutrition program administration staff of nearly 1,000 employees. Now, the request is more than double the employees from 2013, when the program peaked at 47.6 million. As we just heard, thankfully the need is coming down. We should meet that need, no doubt about it. But it is good, though, when we see that need come down. And I know within testimony I hear a lot about technology and a recognition that we use technology for efficiency. We need to apply the what I consider originated in manufacturing, the whole lean approach to greater outcomes, greater productivity with fewer resources. But this represents more than double the employees from 2013, when the program peaked, the demand for it. Back then there were only 170 employees. Why the significant increase in needed employees for SNAP?
Most of that increase has been in our program integrity area. We have, over the last, as the Undersecretary mentioned, we have organized and centralized our retailer operations division so that we can be more effective and more efficient. Training of staff, individuals who can go out, and we actually do undercover buys. We engage in review of lots more documents. We've expanded the number of documents that store owners have to provide, particularly those that we identify that may be in high trafficking areas. So to be able to make sure that we are achieving the goals that we have set specific goals within our various program areas that we intend to achieve. We need the staff to make sure that we are properly implementing these programs and addressing the taxpayers' issues of trafficking or fraud in our program.
Okay, thank
If I might jump in on that as well, a significant increase as well in the focus on employment and training. As was mentioned earlier, during the downturn and the recession, 40-some-odd states were granted waivers around employment and training. And we are, in addition to what the Farm Bill or the Agricultural Act of 2014 provided to us, when I go out or when we go out to meet with states, we urge them to do more on the employment and training side. And they get two categories of grants from us. They get 100% federal funding, about $90 million nationally, and then they get several hundred million more. But that several hundred million more that is matched with state funds goes to roughly 10 or 11 states. There are a handful of states that are very active in employment and training. The other states are not on the playing field, so to speak. And so we have been very focused on urging those other states to say, look, there are opportunities in your state to help people. I'm very mindful. It's come to my attention in a number of ways over the last year. We have people who have come out of the correctional system, and because they're not bondable or because they committed a felony maybe when they were 19 years of age, they have trouble getting into the workforce. And so we've said to state agencies, you should use some of that employment and training money for folks who are in the SNAP program to say, what else can we do to help you with truck driver training or training in the food industry? Help them actually get into the economy in constructive ways.
I see my time's expired, but I certainly agree. I think anything that we can do to take these supports and make it a workforce development program, that's a springboard to greater opportunity for people. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman's time has expired. Mr. Scott, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize for being late. I had a general in my office from my Air Force base. I want to follow up on what you just mentioned, only because I've got a situation back home I'm working right now. A gentleman that he was arrested when he was younger. He works full-time now. He makes a little, I think he makes around $12 an hour. His wife doesn't make quite that much, but they would normally qualify for food stamps, but because of his criminal record, even though he's a deacon in the church now and has no arrest or charge or anything in the last probably 10 years, is being told that he's not eligible. Is that for the duration of his life that he would be prohibited from receiving the benefit?
I'm familiar with the prohibition, and unfortunately, that goes back to a law that was passed way back by Congress and said if you have a felony drug arrest, you are not eligible for what was then the food stamp, now SNAP program, unless your state legislature takes an affirmative vote to overcome that. Now, 23 states across the country, the legislature, for example, Maryland near here and the District of Columbia would be two examples. They have taken votes to say, okay, you are still eligible if you meet the other income eligibility requirements. But Virginia, next door to us, if you have that same history, you're not eligible. So it depends. It's the state legislature can pass a law that says we will affirmatively allow persons with prior felony drug arrests to participate. The state of Texas, I'm not familiar with the detail of it, but the legislature in Texas, just within the last month, has taken steps to allow certain prior felons on drug arrests.
If I may, I'm gonna be out of, that was just a quick, I just kind of wanted a yes or no if I could on that. I'm gonna run out, but I am from Georgia, and I'll look into the state law with regard to that. I assume that they could say if after 5 years you haven't had another arrest or something along those lines, then
the state legislature would have to approve it, but they could do that.
Okay, so my state is one of 10 who received the SNAP Employment and Training Work Pilot Program. And just a couple of quick questions on that. How are you working with the states on that, and what is your expectation, and when will we start to hear more about the actual implementation? And are some states further along than others? Or if you could just speak generally to that issue, I would appreciate it.
Yes, indeed. The pilots, I should say, the pilots are, as Congress directed us, are diverse in terms of from different parts of the country. Some are work attachment right away. Some are more fuller assessments. Some are mandatory. Some are voluntary. So there are a variety of strategies and approaches. We've hired through competitive process the top policy groups, research groups in the country on outcomes, because at the end of the day, all of us, you want to know, we want to know what works best. We are working with those states right now as they are gearing up to get their program set up. We expect by November all 10 of the projects will be established, and they will be, because it is it requires a controlled a control group as well as an experimental group. I mean, it's going to be the strongest science, and the full-scale implementation of it starts in the spring. But we are very much in dialogue and contact with the states. Now, apart from the pilot projects, states like Georgia can be doing even more in the traditional employment and training program. And that's where I urge them to say, you can talk to like Goodwill Industries, you can talk to Lutheran Services if it's in your area. The food banks themselves are doing a lot of training. I was at one in Albuquerque where they're training people for long-distance truck driving because there's a shortage of truck drivers in that part of the country. So you don't even have to wait for the full stepping on the gas of those 10 projects. You can do more, and we're more than happy to work with states. We keep bringing this up to them to say, do more on the ENT or the employment and training side.
Well, thank you all for your service, and I think the key to this is finding that balance and access and integrity in this program as any of the programs that we have. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the remaining 46 seconds that I don't have.
Gentleman, time has already expired. Ms. Yoho has gracefully asked or allowed Ms. Walorski to go next. So, Ms. Walorski for 4 minutes. Chairman of the Subcommittee on Nutrition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Yoho. Administrator Rowe, I so much appreciate all of you being here, and I am the chair of the subcommittee, and we've looked at past, present, and future when it comes to SNAP. We've talked about the economic ladder and really assisting people climbing up into this economic ladder. And I think we need to be clear, though, just one little item of interest here. When we talk about SNAP and we talk about the decrease, we also have to remember that since 2009, or you alluded to before, 2008, 2009, with the recession and the stimulus policy changes, that's where the 81% increase in SNAP came from. So while we're looking at a decrease of single digits, we're talking about an increase of 81%, and I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing here, that I believe that we can be good stewards of the American taxpayer money, I really do, and we can assist people climbing up an economic ladder. And with that, Administrator Rowe, I'm concerned that we are looking at 17 programs, 14, in one area and the other in the areas of aging, 3 other programs. What's the USDA doing to address duplication and duplicative efforts on all those programs together?
We've spent a great deal of time at the beginning of every fiscal year taking a look and strategically planning what our priorities are going to be and how those programs are going to work together, and whether we're going to target certain programs in certain areas or how we are going to increase participation in programs in certain states, as the Undersecretary has talked about, the Employment and Training Initiative. So the way in which we manage is through a strategic planning process. That process allows us to identify our goals, our priorities, the tasks and the steps that we need to undertake to achieve those goals and priorities. We have a major dashboard that is available in each one of our priority areas that we report on every month. So we're constantly looking at how well we are integrating the programs from one particular area with the needs in another particular area.
I have a further question there. So does FNS look at data points? For example, we're looking at kind of like a holistic look at people. Does FNS have the ability to track, well-being, economic security as the recipients go through the program? Or are you just simply tracking numbers served?
We're tracking both.
Okay.
We're tracking well-being through much of the research in our Operations and Policy Division. We look at changes in behavior. We're looking at increased access, as well as nutrition changes in people's behavior. So we look on both sides of the question: how well we're administering the program, and is it making a difference? Are we moving the dial as it relates to people's well-being?
Okay, I appreciate that. And then my final question is this. We work with a lot of outside agencies, as you do as well, with these international feeding programs like Feed the Children. And one of the things that we had chatted with them about was they were telling us about their outcome measures that they use in every country around the world. And my question is, the data points that we just talked about, I think helps better discern what approaches work and don't work. It sure Congress, as we have the role of oversight, understanding, are people really making it, or are we just simply rolling numbers and filling slots on those numbers? It gives us a better picture of oversight. Does FNS plan to have that similar kind of outcome measures? And I guess if not, why not? And, they are certainly a standard.
We are, and as a matter of fact, I'm very familiar with what Feed the Children is doing. We've had earlier conversations with them about how successful their approach has been. We do have outcome measures. We continue to get better at defining what we are looking for, what kinds of what we want to measure, and what outcomes we're looking at. We can provide you with an overview of how we go about measuring and looking at the outcomes in all of our programs.
That would be great. Thanks. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Your lady shields back. Mr. Yoho, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and panel, I appreciate you being here. And you took my question. That was great, because you did. You got me the answer I was looking for about the 81% increase and the slow drop down. What do you think accounts for that? Is it the quality of jobs out in the marketplace, that people just aren't getting enough high-paying jobs? You know, and I know everybody wants to raise the minimum wage, but in some industries, you can't raise the minimum wage to that level to get them off of this. We need the quality jobs to come back here, and that addresses a bigger picture about tax codes and things like that, incentives for manufacturers to come back. What's your opinion?
Just the increase, which was significant. About 2/3 of it, the way we generally characterize it, 2/3 of it was directly attributable to what was going on in the economy, and about 1/3 of it was associated with states simplifying the process. You know, places like California, where if you move from one county to another, you had to reapply all over again. It was like moving from one state to another, and so we got rid of some of those barriers in that regard. That accounts for about 1/3. 2/3 are really, to your point in your question, associated with the jobs. I mentioned that in my testimony, that, again, my own experience, that for all those years, we have a 50% increase right now from 20+% of the households in the food stamp era that had earnings to now over 30%. That involves over 42% of the recipients. So we have a much higher rate of people with earnings. And you say, how can this be then that we still have them on the program? It is that they're either part-time jobs or they're in the lowest quartile. They're very poorly paid. And it's a challenge. That's part of our effort in employment and training, to say, what can we do to help position people so they can move up in the workforce? I remember this from my state days, the old dictum that he or she who has a job is more likely to be the person to get a job. So how can we help people move up in that job?
Well, I think that's one of the big concerns, and one of our goals is to get people in, up, and out. Secretary Concanon, you had talked about the waste, fraud, and abuse was mainly in the marketing of EBT cards, if I understood you correctly.
Well, it's partly, it's multiple use of EBT cards, and mainly what I was talking about was trafficking, when, again, I sell my card to you.
Okay, and I bring that up because we had USAID in here, and they were talking about the 2.5 million Syrian refugees getting EBT cards. And what, through USAID, they said that right here.
Well, they might through USA. They can't get EBT cards.
They called them well, I'd like to talk to you about that, but the point is, they said what they were doing was biometrics, where they had a picture ID on there and some other form of biometrics, and it really cut that down as far as the illegal use of them. And in this country, I asked him if he could elaborate if that would be a good thing here. Would that prevent the trafficking of cards if there was a picture ID on them, or somebody had to show picture ID to use those, or it was tied to some kind of an ID number?
Unfortunately, it wouldn't, because it takes two to tango, as I describe it, and these are fraudulent store owners. So who then they're indifferent to whether your picture's on the card. They know perfectly well if they're trafficking a card. They don't care who owned the card.
I'm glad to hear you say that when you catch them, they're out permanently.
For a lifetime.
And that's something that we need to advertise, and I commend you for doing that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Allen for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panel. And just to elaborate on my fellow Georgian Congressman Scott's question, and to make sure I understood this correctly, on this ENT training and getting these people into the workforce, because everywhere I go in my district, and I know we're blessed in our district, but there are a lot of jobs available. And of course, they require skills. But as I understood it, you said the states can ramp up this program on their own?
Yes, they can, and Again, there are two. This is the traditional, what I call the core employment and training program. States across the country receive $90 million in 100% state money. If I recall, I believe, now I'll have to confirm this, but I believe the state of Georgia received about $3 million or $3.5 million in 100% federal money on E&T. But then over and above that, they can go to Goodwill Industries. I often point them in that direction, or Lutheran Services, Catholic Charities, the agencies in the area, and to the extent, it can't be volunteer time, can't be appropriated, but if they have paid staff time that's being used to train SNAP recipients, that 50% of that can be matched. And I've seen examples of it. I mentioned the example in the Albuquerque food bank that I was at probably 8 weeks ago, where they're training long-distance truck drivers because that's a shortage in the state of New Mexico.
We have the same thing,
So,
but the state administrators have been made aware of the fact that they can ramp this thing up?
every time I meet
good.
with them, I pitch that to say
Good.
there's an opportunity for you.
Good, great. Ms. Taglo, I guess this is for the benefit of my wife. She's a nutrition animal or whatever, but she really knows a lot about it. And she, she would love to advise folks on what they buy in a grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think she would volunteer her time to do that, to be honest with you, because she's so adamant about, what you eat is what you are. And she sees a lot of abuse from the SNAP program as far as that's concerned. I mean, folks just don't know exactly, what to buy, and she just thinks that, that with some advice that they could not only get the necessary food they need, but they could eat very nutritiously, and which would then cut down on things like type 2 diabetes and things like that, which is an epidemic in Georgia. Any comments on that?
I will start, and then I will refer it back to the Undersecretary. Excellent question. One of the charges of the Center for Nutrition Policy and Promotion, first and foremost, is to promote the dietary guidelines for Americans. And what we're seeing is that, the average quality of diet, in the Undersecretary's earlier remarks about the Healthy Eating Index, we actually measure the average diet quality of Americans. And any guesses as to what our average intake is? Indexes 57 on a scale of 1 to 100. So our
How would you relate that into average calories per day?
Well, what I was going to say is we know the research does provide us with sufficient evidence that if we can start shifting people to healthier diets, to a diet that is more closely aligned to the dietary guidelines, we can significantly reduce the relative risk of developing diet-related chronic diseases in this country. So that's the answer to the first question.
Right.
As far as educating and informing and better supporting nutrition, attitude, knowledge, and behavior of SNAP participants, I'm going to shift that over to the Undersecretary.
Well, I'm out of time, so one of my colleagues may be able to address that question as well, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields,
Thank
Mr. Kelly for 4 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, if you would address that briefly, and then let me get to my questions, please, sir.
Great, thank you very much, both members. We have a major opportunity in that regard called SNAP Ed, or it's nutrition education. To the members' comments, we're in the middle of a crisis in this country in terms of public health with the problems of obesity, and it translates into work opportunities or lack thereof, healthcare costs, quality of life. So we're very focused on that, and we promote something called a My Plate, not only in schools, but in food banks, in the farmers markets where we're encouraging them. But we've also let, in the last year, a contract with the Duke University and UNC Chapel Hill to use the research of behavioral economists. We have a lot of nutritionists with us. We have potency. We know a lot less about what actually motivates somebody to reach for a certain product in the store. And so we're very focused on saying, what else can we learn that actually influences people to more consistently buy healthier foods? Now, some of it obviously relates to where you live. I live, in the D.C. area, out in the Maryland suburbs where there are a lot of supermarkets around me, but on the other side of the Anacostia River here, there's probably one supermarket. So where you live makes a difference, rural or urban, but we need to do a better job. We're very focused on trying to say, what else can we do to educate people? That we're hopeful that what we're doing in schools, in Georgia, by the way, I was just in Savannah, is doing great work in the schools to promote healthier eating. And my hope and expectation is these school students, as they grow up into adulthood, will have been socialized to eat healthier, and that's one of the best things we can do.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and panel, for being here. My question is, I understand that it's just not I know there's a lot of fraud, or there's some fraud that goes on. And like many things in life, the few punish not only the end user, but they punish your department, and they punish us all because of what a few do. That being said, I understand that. What initiatives are you doing or working with the states to make sure that we reduce the amount of fraud and that we continue to focus on that so that those few don't disparage all of us by the way that they act?
Exactly. I appreciate the question. As I mentioned earlier, to me, the most serious, first of all, states and counties where they administer it pay special attention on the front end. So the USAID reference that was made here, that just isn't the case. You have to be a U.S. citizen. You have to prove it in a variety of ways. So we don't have anything near that in terms of fake people sort of showing up and getting SNAP benefits. My concern is on the other end. Once they get the card, we have this 1.3% of trafficking. And it takes, as I say, two to tango. These are stores, often, mostly small stores, rarely a supermarket. These are small stores. Thankfully, in the Farm Bill that you passed, you gave us more authority to increase the requirement on those small stores in terms of the food variety, because I'm hopeful that it will result in fewer of those stores that have the ads of liquor, cigarettes and something else. That's where our problems come in so many cases. So one, we're very focused on data analytics. We have undercover people, but we catch most of those stores by looking at redemption data electronically. We're much more astute that way. We also have hired a consulting group, Accenture. We've sent them around to states to say, we took out these stores last year. Now we want you to analyze the actual redemption data to see what are some of the associations. Well, one of the associations we found, for example, in the first state we went to was multiple cards. If I'm in a household and I keep calling the state saying I've lost my card, our alert goes up to say, wait a minute, what's going on here? And another would be, redemption amounts late at night in round figures. I don't want to say too many of the variables and tip people off, but there are ways to identify it. We're redeploying, as Audrey Rowe mentioned, redeploying our people into the high-risk places in the country. And as I mentioned to the chair picked up as well, when you traffic, sell benefits, you as a store or a store owner, you're out for a lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the balance of the time that I don't have.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Abraham for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's continue, Mr. Secretary, on this fraud issue because we all are in districts that have more people on the program than I'm sure they desire or we desire because, this poor economy that we've had for the last few years, I think, is driving that. Mm-hmm. The 1.3 percentage, convert that on the fraud issue, convert that into dollar amounts for me.
That's 1.3 of about $75 billion, so it's close to $1 billion a year.
Wow. All right, and then walk me through on these this exchange or this fraud issue. If somebody obtained the card fraudulently and they take it to one of the stores that you just referenced, the under-the-radar type store, can they present that card and buy something of low value and get cash back? How does the fraud issue, how do they take that card and fraudulently use it?
Typically, what happens, we refer to it as trafficking. In other words, let's say I had a $100 benefit on this card. I go to a store and either I ask the store owner, say, I've got $100 on this card. If you'll give me $50 in cash, I'll give you my card. Or you can run the card as though I bought $100 in food here. That's referred to as trafficking. That never, literally does not happen 0.2% times in supermarkets. There's too much at risk. It happens in more than 96 or 97% of the cases in small stores. It's a minority of those small stores, but that's where we go after them. And I have been meeting with states to say, we're taking stores out. That I referenced it earlier, 1,400 stores permanently out last year, over 10,000 stores in the last 10 years permanently out of the program. But what I've said to states, you have to, when we take a store out, you need to go back through the redemption history in that store for the previous 6 months. Now, not everybody who redeemed benefits there is trafficking, but you need to look at that in order to get the other side of the equation here.
Okay, thank you. And let me switch gears just a little bit. I'll stay with you, Mr. Secretary. Anybody can. That's I in my district, as I'm sure most of us here have these farmers markets.
Yeah.
And you guys have made it possible for them to benefit the SNAP customer. But most of them aren't hooked up wireless. They are paying a pretty good premium to play the game, so to speak. And I know in the Farm Bill with the FINI, there was money dedicated to breach that technology gap.
Yeah.
What's going on today? What are you guys doing to facilitate that, make it better, make it so these farmer markets can work efficiently?
We're very committed to that. I just met with the National Association of Farmers Markets when I was down in Savannah, Georgia here, just within the last week at their national meeting. And we're, as I mentioned, my testimony, are up to 6,400 farmers markets, direct marketing farmers. We still have ways to go because they're of record. There are like 83 or 8,400 farmers markets of record across the country. We've been working with them to keep up with technology. We provided the technology devices to close to 2,000 of those markets. But there's also, as you know, a monthly charge, processing fees. So we're very much engaged with them to say, are there less expensive ways to meet that processing charge for the farmers markets? And we've simplified the application process for them. When we first started here 7 years ago, farmers markets had to fill in the same application as a supermarket. And they're a lot less formal. You know, these are growers, farmers. They don't have the time for that.
Right.
We simplified that.
Okay.
So we're very committed to it because it speaks to an earlier question. We believe farmers markets are a way to nudge people into healthier eating, but also keeps those dollars in the local economy. That's important to us.
Okay, thank you. You're back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman's time expired. Ms. Hartzler for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former nutrition teacher, I really appreciate the dietary guidelines that you all come out with and have for years. It started off as the Basic Four group. I'm showing my age. Basic Four, and then we went to the food pyramid, and then on my plate, and so I'm interested certainly in seeing what you're going to come up with here pretty soon for us moving forward. I was concerned, though, with when the advisory committee came out with their recommendations. I have a copy of that report here. I can hardly pick it up. It's so heavy because it is far larger than in the past, and one of the main reasons for that is that it seems like to me it goes far beyond just your basic scientific nutrition recommendations of what should be in the diet. And it is still called dietary guidelines. And so, as you know, I authored and headed up a letter that 70 of my colleagues signed on to expressing our concerns with some of these things that goes beyond such as including sustainability recommendations and physical activity, behavior change, and food environment, and environmental impact, and making recommendations on what we eat based on the environmental impact and things rather than sound science and what really should go into our bodies as far as nutrition. And so I'm looking forward to meeting with Secretary Vilsack next month and visit with him. I did appreciate his letter back saying that he believes as far as what you're going to come out with, it's going to stay and color within the lines. And so I appreciate that and appreciate your being responsive to our concerns. But Director Tagto, I see that you're a dietitian, so you seem like a perfect person to help lead this effort. I was just wondering, with these concerns, what steps will the USDA take during the selection process of the next Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee member selection process to ensure that the next advisory committee will stick to their congressional charter and focus solely on providing useful health and nutrition information to all Americans?
Great. Thank you, Congresswoman Hartzler. Excellent question. Thank you for your letter expressing your concerns as well. I first want to make very clear that the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee is an independent entity overseen by FACA, Federal Advisory Committee Act, and they provided simply recommendations to both HHS and USDA. And we are taking those recommendations into consideration along with the wide array of public comments that we received, as well as agency comments as well. And so looking forward, I don't want to speculate as to the procedures for 2020, but again, just emphasizing that they provided a very independent, science-based review of the evidence and provided recommendations back to both agencies for consideration in developing the 2015 dietary guidelines.
As it relates to the law that you referenced, which establishes the committee, do you see any need for ways that we could help in changing the law to help it make sure that the people on the advisory committee in the future give a report that is just strictly dealing with nutrition?
I might defer that to the undersecretary. As far as changing the law, perhaps not. You know, the use of a federal advisory committee is not determined by the law. The law doesn't dictate that we actually use an independent body to provide a thorough review of the scientific evidence and provide recommendations back to both agencies. The law does specifically state that what we develop, what the two agencies put forth, is based on the preponderance of the current scientific and medical knowledge. It's released within 5 years. It addresses food-based recommendations for ages 2 and above, and we need to do it every 5 years.
Great. Thank you very much.
Shelley's time expired, and now I recognize a gentleman who I skipped twice rudely. So, Brad, if you'll, I'll apologize to you. Recognize for 5 minutes if you want it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm speechless, actually. No, I just want to follow up on what Representative Hertzler was talking about. If there's one issue I hear about in Omaha from our schools, we have one entity that provides all of the school meals for one public high school and all the parochial schools, and then we have a few others that provide the meals to the other public schools. So it's not a massively large group of providers. It is essentially, I mean, what the refrain is, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but repeating what others have said, but the refrain really is, we're concerned that the young people simply won't eat what we're giving them, and that's a real concern. And this is given to us by people I know and that have been doing this for 25, 30 years, and they have nutrition as their concern. They're nutritionists and so forth and so on. They just want the kids to be able to get a meal that they can eat or will eat. And I'm sure you've answered this, but would you mind just,
yes, no, I'm happy to receive the question. And as I mentioned in my testimony, when I travel out to states, I always try to go to a school. I just did down in Savannah within the last 10 days. And I do so both because the best part of the job, but also to see how kids are doing and to talk to teachers. And there are real challenges in the new meal pattern because remember, it's the first time there are diet or menu changes, science-based, in more than almost 2 decades. So it represented a big change, and I don't in any way underestimate the challenge it is, and particularly so for children coming into the school system, especially older kids, high school kids, are in the best of times maybe challenging around diet. But we have been working consistently with schools to say, what else can we do to help you? 95% of American schools are meeting these new standards. And we're not satisfied with that in this sense. We know that it is a challenge for school food service personnel, so we have a number of programs. One, we have something called Team Up, where we've worked with the University of Mississippi with their resource staff, but we brought school systems together with those schools that are successfully implementing, pair them up with a similarly sized school where they're struggling to say, this is what we're doing to make sure that the kids are consuming those foods, because having a healthy menu is only part of it.
Right.
You want to make sure it's consumed. The second area that we're working on is we have a group up at Cornell University in New York, in Ithaca, that is working on what they call the healthy lunchroom, and where they recommend to schools. They're in about 30,000 schools across the U.S. It's free to the school or to the school system. They have a whole set of ideas, low-cost ideas, that can result in students more likely consuming the food. As an example, with younger children, one of my favorite aspects, and I've seen it all over the country, they add an adjective or a noun. So they'll say championship carrots, X-ray vision carrots. They add words, and young kids see that, and they think, man, this is for me.
That might help me eat carrots, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but the idea of being
try it.
use behavioral economics, or
Right.
where they place the salad bar, or for high schools, how they design the cafeteria to make it look more like a restaurant that kids would look for.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to loop some of our people into your
I'd be happy
team,
to
because
talk.
I think they're very, to the points that have been made, and to your point, these are very good people that are doing this, and they are nutritionists, they get it, and they're more, I think, concerned about the consumption part and the kids not having.
We
The
will
other-
definitely follow up with Omaha, you mentioned, right?
With
Yes.
Omaha and
Definitely.
my district. But anyway, the other point, and I made it to the last panel, but just to focus on it again, our SNAP authorized farmers, we have a lot of farmers in Nebraska still, and our SNAP authorized farmer numbers have gone from 750 to 6,400 to do, from the farm to market. It is an exceptional program, and I've been listening today and about the Farm Bill, and I wasn't here, obviously, when it was passed, but it sounds like a remarkable piece of work by this committee and the Congress, the chairman and the department to really do some amazing things. The pilot projects, I think there are 10 of them or 12 of them or
Yes,
whatever.
the farmers market.
How is that doing?
Finney grants, the grants that are out there to really encourage more, to facilitate more use of farmers markets, the doubling up bucks. I was up in Rochester, New York recently, and they have a farmers market there. It's been around since 1904, I think, but it's a large farmers market, 300 stalls on a weekend.
Right.
But they do almost $900,000 a year in SNAP benefits there.
I mean, I
And
think
was
that's
looking at the
tremendous.
price of the food. I'm
I'm over my time, but I thank you for your work and obviously for this committee and getting the Farm Bill where it is, so thank
It
you.
was a great bill.
Yeah, gentleman's time expired. Mr. Davis for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry I'm late. Just arrived at the airport and got the chance to come down here and get the tail end of the discussion on the school nutrition program. This is an issue that Secretary Vilsack has sat in your seat numerous times, and I've brought it up. I have some concerns with the reauthorization process, with the sodium level requirements, and with the sheer fact that many of my constituents who attend school are not even a part of the school nutrition program any longer because some of the rural school districts in my district in central Illinois have pulled out. Because what used to be a profitable part of their portfolio is now costing them upwards, as in the case of Monticello, Illinois, $100,000 a year because kids that can pay are not eating the food. So it was interesting to hear you talk about placements of salad bars, other tips and procedures. But the sheer fact is we got a lot more plate waste. We've got less kids in my district. Now, you may shake your head, but in my district, I'm hearing from the superintendents that the plate waste is going up. I'm hearing that less kids are eating the school lunch and that there's a concern as we see new requirements go forth that we're going to see more school districts, especially in areas like mine, pull out. And I don't want to see that. So can you and I don't mean to make you repeat yourself, but can you let me know some tips of what we can do to help?
Yes, indeed, and I appreciate the candor in your question, frankly. And we're never happy to hear that schools have dropped out of the program because it is by intent for all American students. The numbers of noontime lunch participants in the school lunch program went down by 1,300,000. It's stabilized now. At that same time that was going down, the numbers of students participating in the National Breakfast Program went from 10.3 million to 14 million. So we're actually serving more meals to kids right now across the United States. I recognize that some systems had challenges with it, so that, as I mentioned earlier, we have a great partnership with the University of Mississippi. Senator Cochran, I think, championed the development of a center down there that really matches schools across the country that are struggling to say, okay, let us match you up with a school that has similar demographics, because it probably isn't going to be very useful to match the Dallas Independent School District with a rural school district in another state. We're more than happy to provide that kind of technical assistance. Actually, I'm confident that we're going to see additional growth this year in the meals participation. The significant reduction was lost mostly in that paid meal category. And part of that was everybody I work with, every school nutritionist has said in their schools in the past, whenever they would raise the price on the paid meal, they would lose participation. And by the way, the National School Lunch Meals Program was losing participation going back to 2008. So it didn't just start with the new meals pattern.
Well, I can only address this as somebody who has listened to many superintendents in my district and as a parent who coaches football, and I've heard kids talk about how they're hungry when they leave school and they're coming to practice. So I guess my request to you is the same request that I offer to Secretary Vilsack every time he's here. Come to my district. Come talk to the folks who are telling me that this is a problem in their school district. Secretary Vilsack was in Champaign, Illinois, just, I believe, last week, and that is an area that's a center point of most of the concerns with my superintendents. I wish we could have had a chance to get him in front of those superintendents, and I would ask that you do that for him at some point, and I would love to work with you to make that happen.
I will personally, or I will make sure our Chicago office, but I will try to personally go up there to meet with him as well.
Well, and I know my time's expired, but your Chicago office and your regional office has participated in a roundtable with me, but I want somebody from D.C. to come out and hear from my constituents. So with that, thank you, Chairman. My time's expired.
Chairman's time's expired. Everybody's talked. Thank you, Undersecretary and Ms. Rowe and Ms. Tagto. I appreciate it. Represents a significant amount of time for you to be here. Just a couple of points. I'm encouraged mightily by your comments about data mining and the emphasis there. I'm familiar with the program we've got at Charleston State University that does a great deal of data mining and just looking for out of ordinary conduct that doesn't make any sense. And so reliance on that, I think, will improve the system as well. 0.1% improvement in the error rate is $75 million. And so it's a meaningful number. You talked about one of your training programs in which you had about, I think, $45 million that you used to help training. Just 0.1% improvement in that error rate. So it's a big deal, and I know you're committed to it, and I appreciate that. I want to offer up for the record my thanks to Secretary Vilsack and his efforts at putting all this together the last 2 days. It didn't happen just by accident. The undersecretaries and administrators and chiefs across the system pitched in and made this help. The staff sitting behind you and all the other staffs who were here all yesterday and today sitting behind their bosses made that happen. My team is here as well, and I want to make sure they know how much you appreciate them doing all they did. This is a historic day and a half, or 2 days, quite frankly, to have every one of those department agencies come up here and pitch their wares and make themselves available for criticism or comments or bragging, whatever it was. Our team is better educated today as a result of your efforts over the last few days. And we'll figure out ways to maybe not necessarily do everybody all in 2 days, but nevertheless replicate this kind of process where members, new and old, have a chance to visit with administrators and the leadership of these organizations. Other than Secretary Vilsack, I suspect he'll appreciate sharing the the congressional load with it as well. But we are better off as a result of all of the testimony from all of the program areas. And let me just officially thank you so very, very much for making that happen, and everybody behind you who really made it happen, and all my team who really, really made it happen. So thank you all very much. Also, thank the membership. I did not anticipate the participation we would have. I know it's a little thin right now, but we've had great participation. Yesterday was a day in which most folks would have been back home working their district or mowing the lawn, as Rodney was doing, or an area. So it's a good exercise. Under the rules of committee, today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material, supplementary written responses from witnesses to any questions posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee of Agriculture is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.